Hey, folks. As you can tell, I pushed it right to the last second so that all of my double streamers could get as much in as possible where they were hanging out. I gotta pop my pop out up so I can see the stream better. Hello, everybody. Andy, Alexander, Old Man, Todd, Rod. Yes. It's great to see all you guys tonight. Oh, boy. It's the old goat. Yeah. The old goat just ain't what he used to be. It's probably a good thing, too. I'd be getting myself in trouble. What's up? Todd says, I've been a stream junkie lately. Hey, James. Good evening. Dojo's here. Yeah, I made sure to let Dojo and Andy know they needed to behave themselves with those fine people over there at Gill Skills Live. don't you guys go corrupting them over there now. Gemma, sweetheart. Oh, I kind of feel bad today because I'll fill you in, Alexander, in just a second. Yeah, I kind of felt bad today because okay, I jumped on Gill Skills lunchtime stream, and that's only a half hour. Saw that. Hi, Eileen. So good to see ya. I'm good. And then, other than that half hour with Gil, I jumped over Richard Bentley's wife over at Way Too Sun, and they had not a. It was a fairly short stream, and I managed to catch theirs because I spent all day from sun up until just about 30 minutes ago doing editing. I'm all done. All my video stuff is done. And I've got enough videos of this last trip to Black Lake to carry everybody out until I get back from, pretty much so till I get back from Black Lake on this next trip. I am doing very well, Gemma, and you sound so much better listening to your comments or seeing your comments over at Gil's and that. Yeah, you seem so much better, girl. I'm I'm so glad to know. I'm so glad to know that you're doing, even if you were doing a tiny bit better, I'd be so happy about it. Bradley went fishing today. Didn't catch a damn thing. It sure happens, doesn't it? Oh, there's David from Beastly Ironworks. Gosh, David, yeah, I, you're really making me feel good, man. You've been coming along so many times to the streams. I love it. I love it when you're in the house. Um, just got finished watching my rant. Well, there's a thing for you there. The First, Gemma says, "Uncle, I'm much better. I was going to say if you're planning to stay on long, I want to come on." Oh, hey, yeah, I'm going to be on here for quite a while, Gemma. I'll pull you up here in a little bit, okay? Yeah, because then we can talk and people can hear and share what we've got to talk about for a while. Yeah, I had a real interesting day today in a sense, other than all the work. Um, David says, "Are you kidding, Uncle Sty? Wild horses can't keep me away." Uh, oh, but a real sleek, pretty mare might, eh? Andy died for a few hours, was so out of it that the heart only beat a few times a minute to stop the blood from coagulating. Yeah. Andy. Wonderful, Gemma. Wonderful. Wonderful. Went and participated in the sport of bait drowning. Amy Williams. Hi, welcome. Getting back to being your weird, quirky self. That's good. That is good. Andy's kettle is whistling. Yeah, I head out to camp Monday morning. Hopefully, I can get out of here at a fairly decent time. But the campsite I'm going to again does not have anybody in it the day before I'm arriving. So I can head out a little early and get in there before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm going to try to get out of here as quick as I can Monday. Oh yeah, I don't know how I do that because they're all in my YouTube video list as private scheduled. I don't know. I should be able to send you a list of links for those. But they're going to be going up like every other day starting Monday morning. So they'll be every other day, and I'll be back that following Sunday to do the Sty Story Sunday. I'll try to figure it out though, Gemma. I'll try. I'll give it a shot. Sty is so technically stupid. Alexander said, "Well, I got my leather working kit back out today. Bought it in high school 13 years ago and hadn't used it. Need to get some leather so I can make some bullet cartridge wallets. Need to make 2 of them that holds 5 cartridges each. 9 3x6.2s, yeah." Bradley saying my brother almost got arrested today in town because there's a man going around scamming people out of their money and using their credit card numbers. It was a scary sight. Oh boy. Gil, you're done? Are you done with your stream, bud? Hey, I thought for sure you'd be going another hour. Because I would have stuck around if I didn't have this one scheduled. I did feel good though because my folks that usually hang out here, I had some of my folks over at your stream, and they were splitting themselves back and forth, back and forth. So I stretched mine right out, right to the 7 o'clock, right on top of the hour. Made sure that they were over here commenting once in a while, but they were all over at your stream, and then they didn't come over here until I actually was up and running. Okay, I gotta see if I'm missing anything important here. Old man said I've been lurking around for my two-part looking around for my two-part epoxy and can't find it. Probably find it when looking for something else. That's right. You gotta give it up and go look for something else that would probably be wherever that epoxy might be, and you'll find the epoxy and not the other thing you were looking for. Yeah, Gil, I tell everybody. And if there's anybody in here that hasn't heard, but I don't think there is, heard me, you guys got to get over to Gil's Skills Live and sub Gil over there. He's trying to get his new channel that he does all his lives on up to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Love to see him hit it. Like, he's got so many subs on the other channel, but we want to move some of them. We want to get more people over on his live channel. And Gil's worth every minute of hanging out with. Hey, Recycle Dude. Welcome. Good to see you this evening. And like I always say, folks, we don't do the sub for sub thing here. And I'll do the channel promos for folks that show up to me. But I'll constantly tell you guys, there's 3 buttons beside everybody's channel comments. Hit them. Go to their channel. Put it up in your tabs. Save it. Finish the stream. Go back there and watch one of their videos. Thumbs up that video. And if you like their channel, subscribe to it. You guys know what to do. And of course, I'm going to be missing parts of the chat tonight. Sty's just not all there. Oh, Gil, you don't have to. Recycle Dude says, I like your mic, Sty. Sounds good. I'm glad it's coming through good. I'm glad I invested in it. Because, boy, I had the worst trouble with I've got a blue snowball. That wasn't cheap. But that thing just wasn't really picking nothing up the way it should. And I got this boom mic really reasonable. I paid less than $50 for the whole setup. So, and it's a powered mic. It's got its own independent power source. So it should work good. Bradley, I got my mom's wall down yesterday, fixed the pipe. I'm letting it air out, going back tomorrow to put her new wall in, taking her for ice cream. Heck, you can come tear a wall out for me if you're going to take me for ice cream. Yeah, Gil's there. Gil is so good. He's so good to folks, isn't he, Gemma? Yeah, we get nothing but the best folks over here. We get all the best folks over here. Thanks, Rod, for reminding folks to hit the thumbs up. I keep forgetting to ask folks, would you hit my thumbs up? And if you aren't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. I'd like to get some of my subs back that I lost because of my last video. I lost 3 subs, and I can attribute it right to that video without even looking at analytics, because 2 of them, I got a thumbs down, and within 15 minutes, I saw my subs drop by 1. Got a second thumbs down. It was another 15 minutes, saw my subs drop by 1 more. And then it wasn't long after that one more. It wasn't a purge, because a purge will take a block of them. You know, you'll lose 3 to 15 of them at a crack. So it wasn't a purge. It was individuals dropping their subs. Well, I'm okay with it, because obviously they just didn't want Sty taking a position that told people that they're just as good as any professional bushcrafter out there. All they got to do is take that bushcrafter's process and go out and apply their own methods to it and make it work. Make it work. As long as they're getting outdoors and loving it, then they're a bushcrafter as far as I'm concerned. Oh, I try to put a smile on people's faces. I just, I really do. Thanks, Gemma. Why I got 5 hammers for blind people to use. It's, the old man can swing a hammer that far. Yeah, you're gonna try to hit my thumbs for me. Yeah, I wouldn't want Andy swinging a hammer. Hey, Running Water, my oldest boy. Great to see ya. Hope you're safe out on the road. David saying, if you can't handle what Uncle Sty had to say, there's the door. Thanks, David. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't expect anybody to be here. I don't expect it. I appreciate it. But if they don't want to try to respectfully be open and just say what's on their heart, but do it respectfully, then this probably isn't the right shack for them to hang out in. Because I thought the video was really respectful, because I do say, watch these guys, these big professional bushcrafters, watch them. They got a lot of valuable information. But when they start saying their information is only the best compared to anybody else, that's when I say it's bushcrafting BS. Because they're in it for the money. Don't let anybody kid you. Now, there's a few channels that aren't in it for the money, and they're big. Far North Bushcraft and Survival, that's one. Lonnie isn't in it for the money. He just wants to share the things he knows and the things he does. And he's, to me, he's one of the true ace bushcrafters. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he does, but 90% of it I do. Lonnie's great for a big channel, 250,000 plus followers. Oh, yeah. There you go, Gil. That's why I hang out over with you anyway. Put a smile on people's face if you can, Why not? Gary, hi. Awesome to see you. Thought I'd drop in and see how the really cool people are doing. This is the place. Yeah. I can actually only think of one of Gil's streams that I didn't laugh or get a chuckle out of. And that was the time that he got swatted. Ooh, that one. Yeah, I wasn't smiling on that one. Otherwise, all of the rest, I couldn't help but smile. Couldn't help but smile. And the one that I didn't smile about had nothing to do with Gil. It had nothing to do with Gil. It had to do with the occurrence. So, yeah, Andy, you're right. Can't please everybody all the time, and if you do manage to please somebody in the slightest way, take take that as a win-win. You know, as a win-win. Gemma says, Sty is my uncle. Please subscribe. He is totally amazing. And always makes people smile and really understands and cares for you. Thanks, Gemma. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Gil, you do. You have to take care of yourself first and foremost. And I always say, there's nothing wrong with going out of the way for others, but make sure you're covered first yourself. That you've covered yourself. That you know that that you're in a comfortable place in life, and even if it's material things, but not just that. Emotionally, your health, keep all those things about yourself first. Then what's left over, share it with other people and try to put a smile on their face. Um, David says I like to call it the gospel of Uncle Sty. Oh, don't take everything I say for gospel. Rod says, Sty, I bought a buck 110 the other day. Same blade as the 110 Classic. Yeah, it's the LT. But much lighter handles. Love it. Wanted one for years. Finally got one. Yeah, yeah. I love the 110. And when I should use that in my rant, and like I said in the rant, I'm not going into details what this is because I didn't want to push any specific knife. I just said it's a buck folder. I wanted to just represent that it's all in how you use the tool. It's not the tool. It's not the tool. The tool will go bad real fast in the wrong hands. A very, very good tool can be totally worthless to somebody that just doesn't know how to use it. Yeah, I think that's it too, Todd, that people that have an ego issue might not have liked it because it wasn't feeding to their ego, which I feel bad about, which I really do feel bad about folks that feel that way about themselves, that they have to try to prove themselves and demand that they're so good, that they're the best. Yeah, it's tough. I used to try to prove myself all the time. My whole career, I had to be in the front. I had to be in the front, in the front. Just about killed myself. I was in and out of the hospital all the time. Stress related physical ailments that were nasty. And then I realized, nah, I don't need to be that. I don't need to be that way. Um, and he said, my days of pleasing others are long gone. Too old and too knackered to play the rent boy anymore. Yeah. Great old man. Great. Let's get Gil up there. Yeah. Gil's old man's another great follower. He's another great follower. He's been with me a while, and he's great. He's great. I hate pointing somebody out because every single one of you, in my eyes, is awesome. I got a special soft spot for certain people, and I think you folks are aware. Um, yeah. When he was swatted, that was just that's oh. Right after he was swatted, I went right to our police department. I'm fortunate because I personally know the chief of police, and I personally know our county sheriff, and I know the county sheriff SWAT group. I don't like to call them a team. It makes me think a SEAL team. For some reason, call them SWAT team. To me, militarizes them. But I had a long discussion with them about my channel and what happened to Gil. So they've got, I mean, they actually briefed their officers and their dispatchers on what to do if they ever get a call to my address, like Gil got. When they approach here, the first thing they're going to do is call me. Second thing they're going to do is they're going to approach the door in a soft fashion because they know me. Well, key people have known me so many years. Anybody can crack and do something dumb, but they know not to deal with the situation. The thing is, though, is if they came here and they use a doorbuster on my door, they know sitting right next to my chair here is either a 9 mil, a 10 mil, or my 22. And if the door has been broken in, just busted in on me, I'm not going to see uniforms. I'm not going to see nothing. I'm just going to see a threat, and there's going to be lead flying. And they know it. And they said they would never. Gemma says it makes her blush. Good. Put some color in your cheeks. Oh, Gil, I'm not a great guy. I'm just another person. I'm just another guy. Yeah, that SWAT on him, Gemma, was terrible. Jim's saying, as long as they aren't on the receiving end, they don't care, period. No, I don't have any update for you, Rod, on Lady T. Dojo, thanks. This is my happy place, he says. Oh, yeah. Andy, jealous. Could that have been my teen years? Old man says, Sty, maybe I will tell you about a crossing the line equator ceremony. That could be interesting. Gemma, I'm seriously making her cheeks go pink. Cheap makeup. You get a girl to blush. Yeah, cheap makeup. Gary says, when I was young, my folks would tell me to just be yourself. So when I did, they would say, stop acting like that. I know what that's like, Gary. Yeah. My mother would say, always be yourself and people will appreciate it. And then she'd say, "Would you stop it? Don't do that. That's ridiculous." But it's me, it's myself. Oh, and I used to just love some of those grown up lines. Would you behave yourself? Well, I would if there wasn't all these fun things to do. And behaving myself is a lot easier than behaving somebody else. So if I can, I will. Obviously, I'm not good at it. And he says, same here, Sty. Police should know enough that they'll be treated as they treat others. If they don't and they break my door down, some will get very hurt before they incapacitate me. Yeah. And they understood. When I spoke to those officers, they understood. It's the absolute last thing I want to do is to take up an arm towards any law enforcement officer here, the locals. I know all except about 10% of the new recruits they got on right now. I'll get to know those guys eventually. But I make it my business to know every single cop we got in the territory I frequent, you know. Bradley says, I watched a lot of YouTubers get swatted by their so-called best friends. They're not best friends when they play that swatting game. Oh, that's no. Um, yeah, being tactful, and you're being told to be that by the least tactful people in the world. Yeah. Jim says, I don't wear makeup. Yuck. I'm not a fake Barbie like most girls. I am real 100%. And that is wonderful. That is wonderful. My ex-wife actually, she went through a makeup spell for a while, but for the most part over the years, yeah, she was generally close to 100% makeup free all the time. And I appreciated that. I mean, I thought she looked fine just the way she was. The Andy, don't do as I do. Do as I say. I'd be a little nervous doing either one, Andy. Oh yeah. They'd say, no one acts like that. I heard that 1,000 times. And I'd say, well, I just proved that statement wrong. Aren't I someone? Because no one acts like that. Like that. I just did. Hey, go fish. Hello, hello. I'm a little behind again. And he's I'm going to just zip down to the bottom here, guys. Sorry if I miss anything important. But like I say, you can always repeat yourself. Sty's deaf, dumb, and stupid sometimes. Sometimes not in that order. Alexander says, that's how I am, Sty. I know my local cops, sheriffs, and state troopers. Yeah, yeah. Or, yeah, we only have 2 state troopers that patrol this area. And oh, okay. Thank you, Andy, for approving Bradley's statement. Thank you. Old man, first time you heard about that swatting? Yeah, it's something I hope you never have to witness or ever. Well, unless you're doing live streams, it's really not going to happen. That's who they like to target. Andy says Sty's doing good. Over half an hour in and still on the same page of the chat. Sty doing good. Jim says Sty, Uncle, makeup for me is no, it's sticky and horrible, and I trigger. Oh, I would think so. I never thought of that, Gemma, but I would think so. I would think that would be irritating for you. James says that's being unique. Bradley saying, Andy, it's the way they were trained. The police academy and the police chief don't give a flying blank. Yeah, see here, that's it. It all depends. Does it? And I'm a firm believer. It doesn't matter what they learn in the academy. It's who is running the show in their department. Both our sheriff and our chief. Our sheriff was ex state patrol. He didn't like the state patrol, so he got out of it, and then he ran for sheriff. The chief, he was an underling for years in local departments here. Both of them told me that whenever they get new recruits, that's when the training really starts. That's when they have to retrain their recruits. Because they said their recruits, they come out of the academy all cocky and I'm the law, They get to learn not just constitutional, but civil and human rights and how important they are in carrying out their duties. Andy says, I used to play the swatting game with an air gun, seeing how many flies you can shoot in the garden. Oh, Gil's got to take off. Boy, Gil, hi, Native Grammy. I'm sorry I didn't point you out, girl. You were here earlier. I seen your eyeballs. I don't want to feel like I take my wonderful mods for granted. Yeah, so like I said, anybody that hasn't met Gil, get over there and check out Gil Skills Live. Become part of his group, part of his party. It's awesome. So today I get a message. I had ordered some things from Amazon. I knew a couple of them were supposed to be here today. Well, I can't grab them all to show them off to you. Over here, over there, on my table, my so-called dining room table that's only 3 feet across with 2 chairs. Sitting right in the middle of it's a brand new Coleman lantern. Got it for $24. Couldn't pass it up. I got a 2-quart Dutch oven. Couldn't pass it up. Didn't come today. It's coming tomorrow. I got a wrought iron Campfire tripod for that Dutch oven. That's coming tomorrow. Today, I can show you a couple things I got right at reach. Well, you got to be able to take the lid off that Dutch oven, right? Plus, I got that big Dutch oven from Cheesehead that I'll be seasoning probably in the next few weeks. And so, had to get one of these, of course. I used to have one, couldn't find it. Homemade one, made out of wrought iron. Well, no, it was made out of rebar, actually. Not wrought iron. I got this puppy today. A Fiskars. Most of you guys know what that is. Lip grabber. It's a good one. Love this set. That is a great Hook yanker right there. That's a great one. What I really like about it is carbide inserted blades, and I tested it. It cuts that braid I got from Andy like $1,000,000. Nothing. I couldn't cut it with a fingernail clipper. This cuts it. Snip. So I'm sweet on this. Sweet on this. I couldn't pass that up. They're usually about $18 a set. I got it for 14. So I couldn't pass it up. I had to. Because I'm hoping to hook into a nice northern or muskie this coming trip. What else did I get? Oh, I got action cam full kit. I got the chest mount, the harness with the chest mount for the camera. I got a great headset for my camera. Get out on that kayak. I can have 2 cameras right on the body. When I'm fishing, just reach down, hit the start button. All set. Same with hiking the trails. Turn that chest one on or the head one on, and hi, Joran. And oh, Bradley's asking Cheesehead where he is. Yeah, that's a good question. Where's Cheesehead? Probably out eating. Gary says we have a lot of mosquitoes here. The swatting game is played with great enthusiasm. Yeah. I liked Grammy's last trip up in the hills with Randy and Bandit. I'm telling you what, her dog Bandit, take him camping with you, especially if you're out trail camping, need a fire pit. Bandit, 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 start there, and he'll dig you a fire pit. Yeah, Alexander, you're right. Robocops, yep. Goldfish says, Andy, I'm on cell, so yeah, it takes longer to type and see chat. Oh, yeah. I can't do it. I can't do it on a phone. Can't see it. I can't. Yeah, I'm all thumbs. Oh, yeah. How many vegetables did you kill? Yeah. Rookie wannabes. There's Cheesehead. Oh, you take your mods for granted, all right. Still waiting for my check. David's asking if Todd's got any videos up yet. Bradley says, my county police are nice officers. They give you warnings. Now, state troopers don't mind writing tickets out. That's ours too. That's ours too. I've only had one of our state troopers send me on my way with a written warning, not just a verbal, but he had to write it up. Otherwise, the few times, it's only been like 3 times I've been stopped by our state troopers. Yeah, you can count on the tickets coming with. What did I buy that for? I needed it. Oh, you use a bushcraft tool to cut your braid. Well, I didn't buy it to cut the braid. I bought it to get trebles out of it. You gotta stick your hand in a muskie's mouth and try to pull treble out. And when he starts shaking, now you got his teeth and that treble. What do you mean scroll up, you old curmudgeon? I got you. And if you came in before that, all right, I scrolled all the way up. Holy Lord. And he ain't in here. Cheesehead ain't in here until I responded to what he said. When we started saying, where is he? Is he hiding? when he said that I take my mods for granted. The old curmudgeon. Hey, David, yeah, hard to hard to find time to better myself. Thank you, Jama. Hi, Nabol. Good to see you. Good to see you. Cheesehead says, "Sir, that's my dad, but I'm doing good. Brats and fresh sweet corn for supper. Now I'm stuffed. Why do I picture a stuffed turkey? That turkey's stuffed." It's hot in Yoren's apartment. Um, hey, William. Great to see you. He says, "Hey, Sty, enjoyed your Potato Falls vid. Was going to ask you about camping nearby if you knew how far sites were from the falls and any other interesting tidbits. I can tell you this, William. You get to Potato River Falls, and you look, and there's a little drive. You'll see a little drive shooting off to the left. You get in there, and there's like a circle that you park around. It's not a heck of a lot of parking back there. But as you go around that circle, there's a little drive heads up in the woods. Head up in there. There's 8 or 10 campsites up there. They're considered unimproved campsites. They don't have a well, they don't have garbage pickup, but they do have an outhouse there. And they're free. They don't charge you. You can stay up to 14 days in that campground. So if you bring a bunch of water with you, at least you got a bathroom. You got water, bathroom. Campsites have fire pits and picnic tables, and they are free. I might go spend a couple of nights there with the adventure trailer this fall when there's never anybody there. And they might come to go see the falls, but they don't camp. So I'm thinking of hauling my trailer in there, spend a couple of days. Thanks, Gemma. I don't want to take my mods for granted. In fact, Wanda jumped in the house. Did Wanda jump in the house? Yes, she did. Great to see you, Wanda. I'm doing good. How are you? Um, yeah, Andy, you would make up the mix and then have cheese stuff me with it, wouldn't you? Yeah, David, that's so true. I feel that way too. People call me sir, and I'm like, sir, what? Yeah, elevator and outhouse is a good analogy. I like that one. Thanks, Wanda, for hitting that. And thanks, Todd, for telling folks to hit the thumbs up. A few extra thumbs up tonight. Nobody can do two, of course. But if I get a good sum of thumbs up tonight, it'll make up for the thumbs down I'm getting on that last video. Yeah, you snuck in, Wanda. Bradley's saying McDonald's start the first week in January. Minimum wage is going up. Anyone need a job there? You go. There you go. I couldn't believe it last time I was down in Twin Cities. There's Burger King down there, big signs on the side of the building said entry level. We're hiring entry level, $14.10 an hour. They start up here at $8. I am doing really good, Go Fish. I'm doing great. My ankle, I'll give you an update on that. 90% of the swelling is out. It's about 10% swollen yet, but 90% of it's out. It's starting to look normal again. Hurts when I walk, but it's looking normal. That's another thing I got coming. That comes tomorrow. I just looked and I looked and I looked and I even got a hold of my doc online so I didn't have to pay nothing and asked her what she thought of them. And she told me, go for it right now. She said, especially at that price. Well, I don't even remember the make and brand of them. I've got awesome ankle wraps coming, provide lots of support. They control circulation. You don't have to wear them super tight, and they fit in your shoes for crying out loud. You can wear them while you're wearing hiking shoes. I can also wear them while I'm out in the kayak. So I purchased a pair. So I got one for each ankle, even the good ankle. I ain't taking no chances this next week. I can't wait till those are here. Because if I wrap it with an ace right now, I can put my shoes on and go walking, and it's not bad. It's not the best, but it's not bad. I'm ready for camp. Andy, Armageddon. Todd, Armageddon. Yeah, you guys, you talk about your time. And yeah, Wanda's same time as me, but she's way down south in Louisiana. But we're both central time zone. I only got a couple of thumbs down, Native Grammy, on that last video, but I lost 3 subs. And it was real obvious that they were attached to that video. They weren't purges, they were independent drops. So 3 people didn't like it because my sub count has been solid for the last week and a half. So I know that's a true sub count. And it dropped 3. Oh, well. Nah. I think I upset somebody. Oh, well. I don't care. Alexander had to go feed the kitties. Yoren saying to Gemma, you're about an hour behind me. I'm going to try to catch up again. Oh, that one, Wanda, where the foot was all bruised. Wait till you see this. I think it's the next one, or it's the one after it coming up. Just watch for the one that says a lame horse in camp. That's when I blew my ankle out on the same foot. Yeah, that first injury was child's play. The second one, wow. Bradley saying, I couldn't work at any restaurant. I would get fired for eating all the food. They will be wondering where all the people's food is they order. That's great that the little one's doing good. Love to hear that. Yeah, I ain't gonna be doing no ballets though, Todd. Yeah, she went home. Yeah, that's. I assume that. Wanda. Um, Wanda says, "How can anybody give you a thumbs down? I'll hunt them down." No, 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 no. If they don't like it, that's fine. The only thing I wish, I even I left a message in the YouTube forum that I fully support YouTube. They're looking at, but they just haven't come to any kind of conclusion yet. But they're looking at in the future, if you want to give somebody a thumbs down, it'll give you like 3 to 5 things. You have to pick one of those in order for that thumbs down to show up. And it's like you gave them the person a thumbs down because of poor content. You gave them a thumbs down because you didn't agree with their channel, or reasons. There'll be like 3 to 5 reasons why you would give somebody a thumbs down, so they at least can know why you're giving them a thumbs down. um Running Water says, I assume the thumbs down were professional bushcrafters. No, the ball has to cut out. Bye, the ball. It's great to have you here any time. And David says, if you want to call them professional. Well, that's like the so-called professional doctors. I find the ones that are a little unorthodox and other doctors don't think are very professional. I think that I seem to find them the best doctors too. That's why I say guys like Lonnie over at Far North Bushcrafts and Survival. I like him. Why would they? I usually just turn likes and dislikes off. LOL. I sometimes turn comments off too. Watch my stuff and like it, or don't move on. Yeah, yeah. And the only reason I leave mine on is it does. If you give, if you show the thumbs up, from what I've gotten from YouTube's actual tech videos, their YouTube support videos, it does affect the algorithm. So they'll they'll tend to share videos. There's a whole gamut of algorithm stuff they use as to how much they promote your videos. And one of them is a balance between thumbs up and thumbs down. And so, plus, like on that video, getting thumbs down, I know why. I understand why, and it doesn't bother me. But with some other videos, I'll get a thumbs down, and it'll make me wonder and make me go back and watch it again a couple of times and try to determine what would someone not like, you know, um, just to help me keep my content fresh and enjoyable for everybody. Todd says, okay, I need to get my breast in the oven. Chicken breast, that is. I was going to say, ouch. We'll be listening back in a few minutes. Yeah, Bradley. Yeah, it's good. Um, okay. Wanda said, I've been off work for 2 days. My 16-year-old had her wisdom teeth taken. Ouch. I go back to work tomorrow. I work in a high school cafeteria. Ouch. Oh, yeah. David says, can't take even a little. smallest bit of criticism. And there's a lot of people that can't. There. And like I said, I feel for folks like that. Go ahead and criticize me. I don't care. Doesn't mean I'm going to change myself, but maybe I will. Little good constructive criticism has gone a long ways a few times in my life. Um, Bradley says, amazing how the week flies by, and some weeks they drag along, takes forever. Oh, yeah. Wait till you're retired. I mean, it's not just the weeks fly by, the months fly by. And it's just like this year is flying by so fast for me. Um, yeah, I was wondering too, Andy. I was wondering too. See, one thing that they kind of look at is when you're using words like likes and dislikes and comments in a comment, they um they just want to know if a person's if a person in your chat is bashing comments in your stream, things like that. Um, their algorithm is far from human. Yeah, Gary, doctors are practicing medicine, so are attorneys practicing law. There's no, it used to be until mid 1800s, late 1800s. Then it started changing to attorneys practicing law. It used to be attorneys of law. Um, that was a little history lesson I had learned that I was shocked about. Didn't know that. And they said that was because prior to the Civil War, attorneys could be held by the court responsible for a bad defense or a wrongful prosecution. So if you have a defense attorney that really messed your case up and that judge felt that he did, and you ended up by a jury sentenced to 30 years, he could turn around and sentence that attorney to 10 years for failing to properly defend you. Well, see, they can't do that anymore. They cannot put a attorney in jail because he didn't provide you the best defense. All they can do is provide you a new trial with another crappy attorney. Oh yeah, yeah. Alexander, I know what that's like. I've had a couple. The minute the video posted, I go to it to run it through to get just to proof it in a sense and give it my thumbs up. You should always give your own video a thumbs up because if you don't like it, why should somebody else not? Why should somebody else like it if you can't even like your own? But but those are people that just don't like you because the minute they see your video, they jump on there, thumbs down, or they don't like the title, jump on there, thumbs down. They don't want to listen to the content to determine it. Yeah, it's terrible. I don't like that either. Puzzles me. Yoren's going to grab some coffee. Oh, popcorn. Yeah, Andy. Yeah, I must have hurt somebody's feelings. Didn't mean to make anybody cry. Yep, coffee, drinks, break time. Scratch popcorn. I won't eat microwave popcorn anymore. I just don't do it. Either I cook it in a kettle with a lid on it on the stove, um, or I buy it already made and it's in a bag. Yep, Andy. They should they should get used to your order there, Andy. 2 sugars and a little creamer, please. Who's the weakest brother and who's the strongest? Bradley said, Andy, I'm not your slave. Now, Andy, control your wrench. There's a lot of people that might agree with Bradley on that. And he says, and to think we're stupid enough to believe we have freedom here while Big Brother YouTube is constantly watching. Yeah, yeah. And it all comes back down to, and that's what all the tech channels remind us creators about is the platform belongs to YouTube. So they set the rules. It belongs to them. They own it. They're not that they're letting us use it so they can earn revenue off of us. But they get to set all the rules. See, and if there was a good, strong matching platform where you could get as many views and followers as you can on YouTube, they'd be a little more careful because people would be willing to jump if the other platform was a little less regulatory. One that says my videos is of my family. I have some hidden, but some people can be mean. So far, I haven't had anyone being mean, I don't think. Well, that's good. They better not. They should not be. And he says, okay, believe that if you want, Bradley. Now get your butt in the kitchen and make the damn coffee. Yeah. Brad said he'd bring you a cup if you lived closer. Goldfish is saying, Dojo, quit hiding. Wanda says, I had to drink a cup of coffee earlier. I had a bad headache. Coffee helps it. Caffeine. Yeah, I got to have my coffee. My very last video from Black Lake that won't be going up until I believe it's next Saturday. Or else Monday, that following Monday morning. Because I've got 6 videos left from Black Lake that are going up boom, 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 boom until I get back from Black Lake again. But my very last one with bum ankle, I mean, it was a bummer trying to pack all my gear, get everything packed, get the heck out of there. I'm sitting in a chair just saying bye to everybody. It's only a 10-minute video, and half of it is just everything that just still pictures and stuff of everything through the week. But I say in there that I'm all packed up. I'm all ready to go. I just got to move the stuff into the trailer, slide the kayak in, except for the very last items, which were the Coleman stove and the coffee pot. Those are the last things to get packed away. The last thing I want to do is have to pour some coffee out, and I want a cup for the road. So those are the last things that get tore down, put in the camper, and off I go. Yeah, and to get in the kitchen. Bradley wants some eggs over easy. Sty's way behind again. Holy smokes. All right, if I miss anything important, just let me know. Alex has got chocolate drizzle popcorn. Bjorn brought Andy coffee. He's the man. Rod says I drank coffee all day. Had enough for today. I've been drinking coffee all day too. I think I'm on I'm finishing up cup number 7, and I got cup number 8 sitting right there ready to go. Nice cold beer, Rod. Lukewarm mash, maybe. Running water. That's funny. Probably really uncomfortable to get one's official bushcrafting undies in a bunch. Old man says, I'm back and no popcorn. The last 2 boxes are missing. Grr. Yeah, I knew I had popcorn in there somewhere. It ain't there. Oh, no. Yeah. I haven't intentionally quit drinking, and I've only had 3 beers in the last about 3.5 years. I'm going to have a couple this next trip out. I got a couple cans left. I forgot to bring them with me out there. But I'm going to be all alone sitting out there, and I can have a beer one hot afternoon if there is one. And he says, to running water, would those undies be woven from bushcrafted natural fibers too? Stinging nettles. James said, naughty pine. Splinterous. My dad was an old timer. He had one cup that he always used. Well, I decided to wash it, which he didn't mind, but I washed the coffee stain out. He said it took him years to get it that way. My grandfather was that way. My mother did the dishes out at the farm one time, and she grew up. He raised her. You would think she'd know. And she had made comment that that's the same coffee cup that he had been using pre-World War II. And he goes, you're darn right. My favorite mug. Well, she washed it, and she got the coffee stains out of it. She said, it took me 10 minutes to get the stains out of that cup. She poured my grandpa a cup of coffee and put his mug in front of him. He was just happy, and he put his cream and sugar in it. Then he started drinking it. Then he realized the stains were gone. He put that cup down. He goes, where is my cup? It took her a while to convince him that was your cup. Then it came down to the point where he agreed with her. Yes, it was my cup. It ain't no more. Ain't no more. Okay, Grammy. Running water, yeah. Yeah. He said it was seasoned. Yeah, that's a long seasoning. I have to admit, I had a cup up at Camp WTF that for 3 years, it was what I called soft washed, and that was my Shaga cup. That wasn't stained. That was a white, heavy, big, white, heavy ceramic cup. The outside of it was snow white. You look in the inside, it looked like it was lined with a black lining. That Shaga will stain stuff. I'm sure you could have gotten it out of there, but no. That cup ended up getting left behind. Yeah, Andy. Itchy, but rough for us non-bushcrafting wimps. Yeah, I like that, Bradley. Bradley's providing the coffee. Andy's going to fix us eggs for breakfast for everyone. And he says, I got 4 eggs. So there ain't gonna be a lot each. One bite apiece, huh? Hey, get some eggs from Dojo. He's got lots of eggs. Yeah, James, go commando. He. We were talking about that in another stream about someone that had a bad incident, and they ended up with incontinence out in the public, and all that her daughter went through to help her get cleaned up and some clothes, blah blah blah. And we started talking about what do you do? What do you do? And I said, you go commando because then you can never dirty your shorts. Yeah, yeah. Bradley says he ain't running the little store late night. Yeah, they're all closed around Andy too. And he's got to run to the kettle. Our Walmart ain't open 24 hours anymore. Weekends, I think it closes at 1 a.m. Weeknights, it closes at 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. Oh, I was mad when I found that out. Because I used to like going there late at night. Ain't nobody else in there. Well, that's probably why they cut the hours. But there's the people you found in there were people that worked all the time, and they come in there when it's nice, quiet, peaceful, do all their shopping. That's the way I liked it. Wanda says, nice talking with you all. Time to clean my kitchen and get ready for bed. Good night, Wanda. Good luck at work tomorrow. Have a good day. Old man says, I will have blueberry pancakes with real maple syrup. Oh, yeah, I'm in that line. I'm getting in that line. Oh, I love me some true blueberry pancakes and real maple syrup. Oh, yeah. I've got a syrup bottle in the fridge that's full, and it's a Dollar Tree syrup bottle. I had bought that and used it in some cooking for flavoring and stuff because I wouldn't eat it on pancakes or anything. And the jug I had my maple syrup, my pure maple syrup in, ended up with a crack in it. I don't where the seam, factory seam in the bottle they made, it was seeping, and well, that stuff's stickier than sin. So I poured it in that other bottle, and anybody asks for real maple syrup at my house, I can hold that bottle up and say, I don't have any. Well, I ain't eating that. Okay, good. Everybody saying good night. Yeah, Andy says, "Oh man, bring them. I'll cook them." Yeah, everybody saying good night. Wanda, hi, Mike. Hi, quit, Mike. Boy, watching your videos lately, Mike. All the rain you've had down there. It was really neat seeing that creek running so hard. But man, what a lot of rain you've had down there. Todd, yeah, talking to David. You're too good of a worker. And he is up early. He's not up early. He's not up late. He's just up. He's always up. Beastly Ironworks, all caps. Hike with Mike. Some pretty good videos this last round there, Mike. Some good deep thought stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I've got some acquaintances that have a big sugar bush here, and I used to help them, and I'd get for helping them out at the sugar bush, I'd get about 2.5 to 4 gallons of syrup, depending on the yield for the year. But there was 16 people that helped out, and then they sold 60% of what we produced. So you can imagine 16 people each getting anywhere from 2 to 4 gallons of syrup plus 60% of the whole total was being marketed, sold. Um, yeah, but their family, you would say the alpha of the family that ran the sugar bush passed away. And an individual from the next generation took control of it. Now what he does is he pays people like $3 an hour, which he gets away with because it's cash under the table kind of thing, and doesn't give them any syrup. And he sells it all, and he doesn't care how close. If you're a family member, you're if you want some, you can get some, but you're going to pay his retail for it. So I don't get it anymore. Andy, you promised that was our secret, Sty. What? What secret? What did I let a secret out? Oh, that you never sleep? Ever? Mike says, not a cloud in the sky today. I did a hike right after work to see if the Florida Gorge was filled with water. It was awesome, flowing like a mountain stream. It is usually dry 90% of the time. Yeah, that's nuts. That's nuts. That's like when you're walking down that trail and you go, oh, I thought it was going to be dry. It's usually dry here, and I wore the wrong shoes. I thought, holy smokes. Every now and then, your sleep has to be done. Yeah, yeah. All of us fall asleep sometimes. And these big sugar bush. You talking church ladies against that? Andy. Yeah, he's had enough sleep. He's still sharp as a tack. Um, yeah, our McD's here, they close at midnight. So does our Burger King. Our town, the only thing open 24 hours a day is Quick Trip and the one Holiday gas station. Otherwise, every fast food joint, everything's shut down. Actually, I've seen maple syrup get mold on it. It's not often, but if it's rendered well enough and it's got a high enough sugar content, it does it. It's just like honey. It does last. Doesn't seem to want to go bad. Yeah, Andy. Who cares what day it is? Is it light or dark out? I'm way behind. There we go. I'm going to jump down a little bit. Um, hey, Chuck. Hey. Sing around the campfire. Join the campfire squirrels. Evening all. Yeah. Oh, Andy. Quote from Sty. Andy's always up from me. You promised that was our. That's what I get. I do. Oh. Yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised that you shied away from that swamp hike. Because I've seen you in other videos where you just went, "Oh, I'm going anyway. I'm here. I'm going to go anyway." Mike says, "Have you guys seen the video on local Florida news of the alligator climbing up and over a chain link fence? Really cool." No, I haven't seen that one. Haven't seen that one. Oh, Chuck asking Andy if he's keeping me straight. Yeah. Oh, fish is still here. Even Andy's not that talented to keep me straight. Old man says, "Sty, in other words, they roll up the sidewalks at night." LOL. Yeah, they pretty much so do. This town didn't used to be that way. We got so many crackheads now, juvenile delinquents, that nobody wants to be out on the streets anymore. And nobody wants to go anywhere, late at night because the fast food joints just attract them. And yeah, you just don't want the hassles and the BS. Oh, Chuck just got back from the camp about 20 minutes ago. I'm heading out to camp Monday morning. Yes, for another. Well, here's breaking news. There's going to be a. I'm greatly looking forward to camp. I was going to get this other campsite that had a real level access to the lake, had a nice sandy little cove to put the kayak in, a little private one. Some turkey, right after I said that's what I was going to do, reserved it. But what they did is they reserved it for 2 days, left 3 days in the middle, then reserved it for 3 days, left a day in the middle, and reserved it for two more. I ain't messing with it. I'm not reserving it for 3 nights. That gives me one full day. No. Well, then the next one I wanted. Nope. Somebody jumped in there, did the same crapping thing, and it matches the other site's reservations. So I know it's two people using this adjoining sites. So there was a third alternative, kind of muddy access in the water there, but none of the deadfalls in the muck to worry about. Twisted an ankle, injuring a foot, blah, blah, blah. That one, the Forest Service recreational.gov showed that it was available for the full week I want to be there. I went to reserve it and it said, "This is a high demand site and we apologize, but this site has been reserved." Doesn't show so on their site. So I tried reserving it over about a day and a half period. Figured I figured it shows it's available. No, it's not. So guess where I am? Um, I'm back in site number 20, right where The first thing I'm going to do when I get there, I'm going to take my shovel. I'm filling that gopher hole that blew my ankle out. And then the second thing I'm doing is running the kayak down and going to try to corduroy where I put the kayak in so I got some decent, like a platform to walk on to get into the kayak so I'm not in mud up to my knees. Another thing about wandering around in that muck and all them deadfalls and stuff to get in your kayak, in our lakes up here, snappers that big around, and you're wading around in there, busted ankle, twisted ankle, hurt foot. It's a lot better than a big chunk of meat missing or missing some toes because you stepped on a snapper. So that's the next thing I do. Then the third thing I do is I've got a really good rope. It's getting tied at the top of the hill and tied at the bottom of the hill. So I got that rope when I'm bringing my kayak back up that hill at the end of the week. And I'm going to harness the kayak and I'm just going to climb the hill, tugging the kayak behind me on a harness. So I got it figured out. Yeah, Grammy, you want to camp, just don't have the time. When Andy was saying when Randy was saying that he wanted to camp when you guys were up there roaming the hills, I thought, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, take advantage of it. But then I figured about your work schedule and that. And, I know I'm missing stuff. Do what I do, Sty. Strut down town with a 1875 Remington 44. LOL. No, I open carry. It's a handgun I don't show off to anybody, but they can see it holstered. That's my Shield 10 mil. They don't like seeing that. They usually go to the other side of the street. Yeah, they don't mess with they don't mess with me with that 10 mil on. Well, even with the 9 mil if it's out in the open, usually that though is concealed. Old man says, Mike, a high voltage wire on top of the chain link fence might stop that. Andy. Chuck says, I made bacon wrapped jalapenos stuffed with cream cheese and crispy bacon in my new Dutch oven today for lunch. In that 2-quart, mine's going to be here tomorrow. Same with the wrought iron tripod I bought for it. Because I needed one anyway for the big Dutch oven from Cheesehead. The stuffed jalapenos, that's got me kind of thinking I should do that. Yeah, Mike, I love alligators. Oh, neat, Gemma. Yeah, Dojo's a great guy. All that I know of Dojo, yeah, yeah. A very, very proper, a fun individual, but yeah, I would say he'd be a proper gentleman and very interesting person. Um, if we can meet with Andy, then I'd recommend Dojo to meet with anybody. Yeah, yeah. But I tell you what, there ain't. Look at me. I camp right outside my truck anymore as much as I possibly can. Eight shot 358 mag. I used to walk around with my S&W 357 mag on the hip out in the open all the time, but I sold it. Ex-wife needed something, new panties or something. I don't know. I don't have that problem anymore. I acquire a firearm, I ain't selling it. Good, good. I'm glad Dojo made you smile. Todd said I got my 2 quart on the back porch, going to re-season it and give it a try Saturday evening. Cool. Yeah, I get mine tomorrow. I'm going to be seasoning that tomorrow night. Um, see if I can get it done tomorrow night. If not, I'll carry that into Saturday, and then it'll be ready for camp. Yeah, I got to watch that gator video after the stream. The just looking at them, trying to head up that wire is pretty good. Oh, they're just a giant lizard. Yeah, stuffed jalapeno sounds pretty good. Fishing with Slip. Hey, Slip. Good to see ya. Riley says, still waiting for my cup of Joe from Andy. Will the Rocker. Good to see you, Will. My taser with electrodes I use for security got my foot Monday. Didn't hurt, only woke my foot up. Oh, wow. Oh, you're welcome, Dojo. Mike says, I worry more about bears than gators. I know the behavior of gators, and if they are not fed, they fear people. Generally, black bears are that way too. It's when they get acclimated to people they get dangerous. Wild bears become curious, but they're skittish, and I've had no problem shooing them away. Bears that have been in human contact enough where they think, oh, good source of snacks are the ornery buggers. I'm gonna bring if Gemma wants. I'm gonna bring her up here. Um, I'm taking a quick look, make sure there's nothing. I can't keep up with you guys anyway. How do you season a Dutch oven? You put it in the cupboard until next season and then use it. It's a process. It's a process. I should do a video about it. Okay. Um, Okay, I'm almost caught up, and then I'm going to throw that link up there for Gemma. Chuck says mine has a red dot scope on it, so even the holster is huge, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, they don't like any sharp noises. Some of us finally got Richard over at Bentley's Backwoods Bushcraft to monitor or to put super chats on his channel. He's been sitting there for quite a long time, monetized, but just getting ad revenue. And at the rate of ad revenue, you get a check from YouTube maybe once every 3 to 6 months. And there's a lot of people that wanted to support him, but he just didn't. He felt he was asking or begging, and I told him, put it up. You don't have to ask for nothing. Just put it up so that your followers know that it's there. And he finally did. So I told him, Doc, on it. He says it'll be on my next streams. So I got to watch for him this weekend. And Mike says to Will, I had a bear come into my camp, 2 a.m., circled my campsite growling. I banged a pine log on a fire ring, and I sang Led Zeppelin's Immigrant Song. It left after 20 minutes, luckily. He probably took the highway to heaven. That's pretty good. Okay. Um, let's see here. Try to get my screen back. There we go. Gemma, are you still out there? Dojo, are you out there? We'll just watch The Great Outdoors. I was bummed out. The movie took place in Hollywood studios, not Minnesota. Yeah, yeah. Okay, Gemma. If you don't mind, Gemma, I might bring Dojo up with us if he's available. I don't know if he is, though. Oh, there he is. Dojo, do you want to come up? It's Gemma and Dojo's turn tonight. There's my Gemma. There she is.
Morning, hey.
Hey, hey.
Morning
It's
from
so.
the UK. It's nearly 3 a.m. here, so.
Oh boy. I would hope that I'm asleep at 3 a.m. this coming morning.
I've had 3 hours sleep, so I'm pretty good.
Oh yeah. That day that Andy and I did that 17 and a half hours, I could not. I thought I'm going to be so bad the next day, and I
Yeah,
only got a couple hours of sleep, but I was surprised it was enough. It freshened me up. Yeah.
yeah.
The
It's good to be up here.
it's
I
so
get to
good
be a
to
guest on
see.
your panel this time.
Yes, yes. The
I don't have to plan my own streams. It's all good. And sitting and relaxing me on
Bradley
yours.
Bradley says
Dojo, get your backside up here. Where are you?
he's not. There he is. Oh, Bradley's not going to give Andy a tip. There's
I'm here.
Dojo.
Hello.
How are you, bud?
Not too
Hey,
bad.
Dojo.
There.
Dojo is
Oh, shut
awesome.
up.
I just spent a little while chatting to him. It was awesome. Getting to know him a bit better, ready for his pre-visit with Andy. It's going to be so cool. Get to go fishing. It's going to, yeah. Hopefully, I
Yes.
won't kill the fish this time.
Yeah, Todd, it is so great to see Gemma smiling. That's what we like to see, he says.
Yes, I've had my wobbles recently. I know I've scared a lot of people, and it's been really difficult with knowing how to tell people and kind of be like, yeah, this is not the most brilliant side of me right now, but Gemma is back and she's coming back better, and I just have to day by day get my meds right to the point where I'm self-managing again. And right now it's new medication, so it's woo.
Oh, yeah,
But
just trying to get used to it. Yeah.
yeah,
And the thing is the more people get to know you and if they watch you long enough and they
yeah,
can see when these issues come and go, when you have a period where you're slumped and just not things just aren't going good, for me it's easy to just be there and wait it out because I know who's coming back, you know.
yeah. It's I
Yeah.
didn't mean to alarm people. The problem is a lot of people don't get that when I'm in a meltdown situation like I have been recently, people think, oh, it's Gemma being a spoiled brat. She's acting up. No,
Oh, no.
it's the fact that I've had so much sensory input to put up with, and it's not just the physical side of it, it's my emotions because I can't control my emotions from my head to out here. And then when they do come out, it's like everything just goes bang out of nowhere. So I'm like, yeah, that probably wasn't my best move, but yeah. Which I said to Dojo, I am very aware that my emotions are a bit of a bang wallop, and I have to learn to go calm.
Yeah, yeah. And I found Dojo's the kind of guy that, yeah, he's calming. He's calming.
He definitely is. He's very funny. That I talked to him at Hangouts
He-
earlier. It's very, very nice.
He's a cool cucumber.
But he's my big brother, so I hope so.
Yeah, yeah.
I hope so. He's gonna be looking after me, so I hope so.
What you see is what you get with me.
Yeah, me too. I don't change. Like Sty said earlier about makeup, I was just like, oh no, I can't stand makeup. It's vile. Why women wear it is makes my skin crawl. Ugh, no.
Yeah, yeah.
Last time I wore makeup was my 18th birthday. I'm nearly 31, so that tells you how much I dislike the stuff.
That's
Yeah.
last weekend for me.
You know, Dojo, I was thinking of your allotment in your garden there and thinking, boy, you're probably lucky I don't live closer. I'd raid your garden before I go out to camp for a week.
I'd let you raid it as well. There's plenty going on in there.
Oh.
I can't keep on top of what I've got growing.
Dojo's a great guy. I've got to know him a little bit better through the Hangouts call, and I've known him a while through Gil and through you, Sty, and through Andy as well.
Yeah.
So I get to see him on the phone call. So it's mega cool.
Yeah.
Now I can chat to him in Hangouts and to my heart's content. I'll be like, hi.
The only thing with Hangouts never let us know if I've got a message.
Yeah, it wasn't until I typed you in chat, I was like, check your Hangouts, brother. And then you're like, oh, Okay.
It does when I'm on my computer, but it never does when I'm on my phone.
That's weird. That's the other way around for me. Like, I get messages on my phone to tell me that I've got messages. Then I log onto my computer. I'm like, okay.
Hey, you're going a bit too far there, Andy. You can't take the chickens. Don't mind the food, but not the chickens.
Well,
Andy, don't be mean.
How about
Andy's will
Dojo
kick
if
your.
I just
Andy, you be mean, I'll kick
borrow
your
a
behind.
couple so I get the eggs? So I got plenty of eggs in camp and just bring the chickens back.
Andy, if you be mean to Dojo, I'll kick your behind. Seriously, I will kick your behind if you're mean to Dojo. So watch it.
Watch it, Andy.
Yes,
Yes.
Bradley, I'm at work.
Because this little Gemma does have muscle. Just saying, Andy.
She'll take you down, Andy. Go Fish is back.
I can be a tough little cookie, and I need to be. Most of the time, I'm just a giggly mess, so it's all good.
And he says that because Dojo's married, he's suffered enough that he wouldn't pick on him.
Well, I don't know you're playing about, Andy. I'm joking.
I didn't know I was married. I didn't know I was married.
That's right. Is he informing you of something?
Andy, what are you implying? Andy? What
He's
are you
married
implying?
to his allotment.
If I got married, I'd love to know who she is.
That's right. Yeah. Well, as long as she's inexpensive, you're okay.
I'm pretty much a simple girl. Chocolate and a bottle of Coke will do me fine, and a packet of crisps.
She's got plenty of this.
That are easily satisfied.
Yep. A bar of dairy milk, cheese onion crisps, and a big bottle of Coke. That would do me fine.
My ex-wife used to be that way, where she had just simple wants and needs, and then things changed. Well, money changed her.
Well, some women are evil like that. Not me.
There were times I told myself, boy, I wish I had never got to the point where I had a lot of money, because she liked it too much.
The thing is, money is the root of evil, because when it comes to some women, not all women, some women are evil and they like to take you all for what you've got. But for me, money is not an issue. If I was to be with somebody, it'd be for the personality and friendship. That's it. I don't want financial. I can stand on my own 2 feet for that.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Oh, running water. That's kind of funny. The chains of his mood swings snapped this afternoon. He says dispatch gave me a bonus to stop calling them, so he kept calling the company, and they gave him a bonus to shut him up. So sometimes having a mood swing pays off.
Yeah, I had to do it today to a company, actually. How you say?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people know I've had issues, but here we go.
I tell you what, this whole ever since I got home from my last camp, I don't usually pat myself on my back, but boy, this last over a week, I gotta pat myself on the back. There were times I was sitting here and just about ready to scream with that ankle, how bad it hurt. And I was getting in such a ornery mood. My landlord called me and told me I had a package downstairs, and I told her to F herself. I said, "Why don't you bring it up to my damn door?" So I was in a
That's just
I
being
was in a
stupid.
bad. I was really in a rough mood. I never talked to people like that. So the week, as you were going through your things, Gemma, I'm sitting there going, I need to keep my mouth shut because I don't want her to know how bad of a mood I'm in, along with what she's got to deal with, which is worse than what I was dealing with. I was just being
Yes and no, I guess. Like for me, recently I went through well, having go through my there's been some sales callers that keep coming around my area, and I keep every single time they bang on my door, and I said to them, "Look, leave me alone. Stop calling here. I don't want you here. You're making me ill. I'm anxious as hell answering the door anyway. I'm vulnerable. I live on my own." And they keep trying
right.
to pressurize me into buying stuff. I'm like, look, I'm telling you one more time, get lost. And then now I've complained to the trading standards in the UK. I actually sent them an email today. I said, look, I'm getting hassled. I said it's getting every week. I said it's by 2 different people as well. And now they're sending me out this sticker thing to put on my door, which basically says that anyone that I don't know, any sales callers, Bible callers, anyone who is trying to sell me stuff will be automatically reported to the British police. So they can't come to me anymore.
Yeah.
And I've actually got the trading standards guy come to put a stick on my door today. They're actually going to turn up this morning and actually put it on my door and be like, now leave this property alone. She doesn't want you here.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will stop. Hoping.
Yeah. Andy, you're right. That's what comes from doing a 17.5 hour private stream style. Oh, I want to say, you guys were talking about Hangouts. You know, you can use StreamYard just like Hangouts.
Yeah, I do.
Yes, yeah, we do now.
And yeah, you just set it up as a unlisted or private video, and then you can go into YouTube and delete it after the fact if you want. But nobody else gets to see it except the people you actually invited to that chat. And that's what Andy and I were really testing, and it got kind of out of hand. It went 17 hours, but because we had Gemma was in with us in that.
Yeah, and I had to disappear because I had some family issues, which were
right,
and
and when you had to jump off, I thought, well, Andy and I'll talk for a half hour or so. Oh
yeah.
my gosh, it was like 15 hours later. And yeah, a couple times we're going, yeah, Gemma, where's Gemma? She should be
Yeah,
here because
and then
she might encourage
yeah,
us to shut up and go to bed.
and then I also had I had to go to the hospital and get myself sorted out because I wasn't in great shape that day. It wasn't
Oh,
a brilliant day.
we're talking about moods, and Gary Irwin says, I lost my mood ring yesterday. I just don't know how I feel about it today.
I used to have
That's
one of
pretty.
them when I was younger. Used to be able to buy mood rings in the shop, but they don't sell them here
Yeah,
anymore.
I haven't seen them in a long time.
No, I
Yeah,
haven't either.
yeah.
But I get to have
I
instead of moods, I get to have you guys. I get to be woohoo.
yeah, I wouldn't actually want to wear one because I usually don't wear my mood on on my sleeve, for everybody to really know what my mood is. But if I had a ring, that they'd be going, "Oh, you got that smile on your face, and we can tell by that ring you're in a bad mode." Oh, gotta hide the ring.
Oh, his mood rings turn red, but not gonna stay.
Yeah, yeah. Stuck on one color.
Right now, I'm in the happiest place I've been in months, so I'm quite happy.
Wonderful. Great. I want to point out we've been having this has been a great stream so far tonight. We've been averaging anywhere from 16 to 24 people consistently through this stream. And that's good.
Yay!
That's good. That's good for one of mine.
That's
That's I don't
because you need to
want
subscribe to my. If you're new here, people, subscribe to my Uncle Sty. If you don't, you get your backside kicked by myself. So, yeah, subscribe to Uncle
Now,
Sty, please.
now this ugly face you've got on it, it'll go down now.
Brother, stop. You're not ugly. Be nice about yourself.
the Mike says he can't hide emotions. His facial expressions always reflect his mood. And LOL. That's
And this amazing gentleman down here, if you don't know him, is my big brother down here.
he's trying to get off the screen, hiding.
Subscribe to my brother Dojo, please. Do me a favor and subscribe to my brother. He's a really great person. So go and subscribe to my brother, please, if you haven't. Self plug there. Now you probably think I'm a nut job.
My Uncle Sty wants you instead of Uncle Sam. Yeah.
Sty needs support. Absolutely right. Uncle Sty needs support. He needs more support than most of us.
Oh, and that's the thing is I feel I feel very privileged that I've got such great folks that follow me, and I feel over supported. And I've had people say, well, your channel's not growing fast. I said, you wouldn't believe how tight my audience is.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you're not seeing the growth I like seeing. And what the growth I like seeing is all you great folks. I mean, man, everybody in here has really gotten to the point where we can tell people's mood swings. We can, and we remember what people say, and we go, I remember last week you mentioned this. How's that going? So all the indicators are there that people are developing this huge group, this community friendship base kind of thing. And to me, that's more rewarding than a ton of subs. Yeah.
It's the loyalty that you get. Like a lot of my subscribers are really loyal to me, like you, Sty, and Dojo, and Andy, and a few others. Yes, my channel's grown, but at the same time, I have a very loyal circle of people. They're the same people that come back stream after stream or video after video, and they're the same people that comment. Dojo, in particular, is a regular. You're a regular. So is Andy. Every time I log on, I'm like, oh, Dojo's commented. Oh, Sty's commented. Oh, Andy's commented. I'm like, great.
Right.
Same people will come back and leave my comments. So that proves to me it's the loyalty that counts. It's not the sub number. It's the loyalty and the genuine comments and the friendships I have. And I speak to you guys all the time. So I'm like, I know you guys are coming to see me. You enjoy what I do. And it's the same in return to me.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it is, and I don't have a problem admitting it. I can't keep up with everybody. And I try so hard. I'll see somebody's popping up live and I'm in the middle of another live and those people are asking me pointed questions and we're stuck in a conversation. I'm going, but, and I want to jump over there and then I'll go ahead and start the other stream and it's going on. I gotta mute one and then watch one and then mute that and jump the other and unmute it. And I caught myself the other day. I had 5 streams open on my screen. And I made the fatal mistake. I mentioned that I was there in each one of them.
Because I know you were in my stream at the time. You're like, oh, Jim, I've got 5 screens open. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah,
especially if 4 or 5 of them go to you. You want to come on me live? You'd be like,
oh, yeah. Then you're like, and what I ended up doing, and I did it twice in that same day. I commented on somebody's stream a comment I meant to make on somebody else's, and I commented about somebody in the stream, talking with them. They weren't there. They were in the other stream.
Yeah, I think you did that in
Everybody
mine.
else,
I think you did that in mine style the other day.
it's everybody else jumped on and said they're saying, but they're not here. They haven't been here. And I'm like, what? Oh no! I know where they are though. They're in that other stream I'm on.
Yeah, I
I've
did
done it
that.
plenty of times.
I did that the
Yeah.
other day with someone. I think I was in a stream with someone, and I was like, "Oh," and I was like, and like Gemma, who are you talking to? I'm like, "Oh no!" So I was like, "Oopsie, wrong stream."
Andy says at my age, mine, he says at your age, Sty, people accept that you get confused. LOL. It's about time they accepted that. I've been confused for 62 years. Took that
Andy,
long for
we're
them to
all
accept it.
confused. I'm constantly confused, Andy. I live in a constantly confused state in my head. So it's no different to Sty. I'm nearly 31. I'm seriously confused.
How old?
Hello?
Hello, Dojo.
I said, how old?
Headphones. Yeah.
Or I should say, AKA Dave.
I got to get myself a good pair of headphones, wireless. All I've got is that big headset for my PlayStation. That's all surround sound. I don't need that on here.
Dojo should change his name to Dojo the Great Brother. He should change his name.
But it's better than the other name I came in a few weeks back in it. So
It should be Dojo the Great Brother. Every time he logs onto a stream, I'll be like, "Yay!"
Yeah, you think about it. We've got with the way a lot of families now in the world are, where there's several stepchildren in a family, and they're just called steps, But we have great grandparents, great aunts and uncles. We got second cousins. Why aren't they a great cousin? Because they're from a great family member.
we call them great cousins.
You do?
Yeah. You've
Oh,
got
Yeah.
your cousin, and if your cousin has a baby, that becomes your great cousin.
Really?
Yeah.
If my cousin has a well, no, I don't know what we call our cousins' kids, because
It'd
father,
be first cousin.
well, for us, your cousin is your first cousin.
Second
And
cousin. Yeah.
Not over here.
It's
the
over here.
first
It goes first cousin, second cousin over here.
Our second cousin here's the example, is my father's cousins were my second cousins because they're a second generation above me. Where my cousins were at the same generation as me. The older cousins that were of my father's and mother's, those are our second cousins. And the ladder goes up the older they are.
Oh,
But I've never been told what the heck my cousins' kids are or what their kids are. It's just like we call them shirt tail relatives. Anything
call
that
them,
spreads out too far,
cousins.
that's a shirt tail relative.
Okay,
Yeah, it's great cousins here.
Yeah, we have great cousins. Yeah, great cousins, first cousins, second cousins. Yeah.
I like Andy's statement. I got some not so great cousins over here.
Yeah, I have a cousin I haven't spoken to in. Well, I have one cousin I haven't spoken to in nearly 12 years because she's an evil piece of work.
I've only got a few cousins, and I have to say they're all wonderful cousins, but I haven't seen any of them. The last I've seen any of them was 14 years ago. And we keep in touch through email and Facebook, but haven't actually seen them in 14 years. And we used to see each other almost every year or two, we'd spend time on my grandfather's farm together. But they were great cousins. I mean, they definitely felt like family until they came and visited when I was 5 years old. My father, he used to go to Tonka Toys. He knew the owners of Tonka Toys in the early days, and he'd go there and he'd get about 250 Tonka toys to give out to needy kids in our community for Christmas. Well, he went out of his way and he got this great big Tonka fire truck for me, and I'm 5 years old, and it's wrapped and under the tree, and I'm squeezing that, and I knew what it was. I knew exactly what that was. All of a sudden, my aunt and uncle and all my cousins show up. They just got back to the U.S. from Germany because he was in the military, and they had been over there for 2 years. They had just gotten back to the U.S., and they came to our house for Christmas, but our parents didn't tell them they were going to be there. They thought they'd surprise us. Well, it was a surprise, all right. My dad decides he's going to give that fire truck to my cousin. Took the tag off of it and changed the name. And I told him, I said, come Christmas morning, I go, Dad ain't got the right name on it. And my dad goes, shh, it does now. I never did get a Tonka fire truck. But I watched my cousin leave, and off they went to Texas, all the way across the dang country with my fire truck. So
How rude.
So for about a year, I didn't like that cousin anymore.
Don't blame you. It sounds horrible.
I got over it though, and I got even a couple of times years later.
What did you do? Come home in a real fire truck. Look what I've got.
No, I would put him up to stunts that he just couldn't handle. We were on my grandfather's farm, and he had big Holstein cows. And I told my cousin, I said, you should try this, because I was on the farm every summer. And I told him, I said, you should try this. I've done it. It's great. It's a blast. And he says, what's that? And I said, you take this rope. And I had this about a 10-foot long rope. And I tied a noose on the end of it with a slip knot so it would tighten up. And I made a noose, and the water trough for the cattle was along the fence. And I threw that noose under that water trough right where the cows might step in it. And I told him, I said, now we just sit here, and those cows are going to come in for water. And when one steps in that noose, you just pull it tight. And I said, it's really funny because the cow will just stand there. It scares them to death. They just stand there and shake. Well, he shouldn't have listened to me, because he pulled that noose, and it was a big bugger cow, and she had her back hoof in that noose. So when he tightened that noose, she took off across the pasture. He put his feet up against the water trough, trying to hang on, knocked the water trough over. She drug him through all of that mud and all the cow crap all the way across that field. And my grandfather just happened to be standing up at the house seeing it go on. And what did I do? I stood there and I said, Grandpa, look at what he did. I don't know where he got the idea to do that.
I just had to take my headphones off. There was a loud police car just left my driveway. I didn't want you guys to hear it, so I just took the headphones off. Stupid police cars. I hate sirens. It's one noise I get triggered by. Ugh. Yuck.
Oh, I suppose. That's one nice thing here in my building that I live in, being on the 4th floor, being 40 feet up. I can hear the sirens, but they're not very piercing because I'm far enough up.
Yeah.
And unless I have my windows open, if I have the windows cranked open, then it sounds like they're driving through the living room. But otherwise, it's pretty quiet up here with the sirens. What's terrible is what my place. Now try living with this. There's days I look out there and I just run, close my living room window and run in the bedroom, close the bedroom window. And I'll have my air conditioner on. I have to set it to circulate the indoor air, not take any air from the outside, because I'll look out my window, and off to the right a little bit, there's this big white concrete building with this huge chimney on it. And if I look out there and I see any smoke coming out of that chimney, man, that's when I scramble.
Pardon me.
It's a crematorium. So whenever you see smoke coming out of that chimney, that means that they're cremating somebody.
Ouch.
And it's only 75 feet away from the building here, and that chimney's only 10 feet below my apartment. So even if the wind's blowing the other way, I know I get my windows closed right away. I keep telling them, that's a terrible thing, putting a crematorium next to a apartment building, for crying out loud.
Yeah, I keep take my headphones off. I keep burping, so I'm like, I have to take my headphones off. Ugh.
Well, you made me really hungry for M&Ms the other night there.
I had 2 bags of them. While I wasn't sick, I had 2 big bags like that. I ate the whole lot.
Yeah.
I'm like,
You had a partial bag, and you said, I've got another full bag.
Let me see if I can.
I was just like, oh my gosh. And those were the crispy ones, weren't they?
Yeah, I had 2 bags of the crispy ones, and then I've also got another bag in my fridge right now with the normal chocolate ones. So I'm like, I could go get them out right now, but I'm not going to because it's like 3:20 in the morning. So I think I'll save them till later.
Old man's got cousins he hasn't seen in over 60 years. Wow.
I eat too much chocolate.
Yeah, they're saying Dojo's looking at the stars. And
it's all right. There's just got a couple of people near the gate. I'm just keeping an eye on them.
Yeah. He's looking at security monitors, you guys.
Dojo's a security guard.
He's got another part-time job other than being here.
He's at work trying to protect his workplace. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I get to see my brother in a smart uniform. Woohoo!
Okay, Bradley, another early morning. You have a good night, buddy.
Bye, Bradley.
Native Grammy, deep breath. I'm back.
Welcome back, Grammy.
I just love watching Grammy when she's out with Bandit. It just lifts a person's heart to hear someone that chuckles and laughs and giggles so much as she does when she's doing a live stream when she's outdoors. She giggles and laughs constantly, and it's kind of infectious, you know.
So is your laugh, Uncle Sty. Your laugh. As soon as I had you on my panel today, I was just like, this is going to end in me getting an absolute laugh into the fact I had tears coming down my face. I was just like, boom.
I don't know.
I literally, my eyes were like watering. I had like streams coming down my face. I was just like, okay.
Oh, Andy, all over the carpet?
Huh?
And a quarter liter. Holy smokes. Well, your carpet's going to smell interesting for a while.
Oh, Andy, what's wrong?
Knocked his vape juice over.
Oh, dear. I hope you got some bleach to clear that up before it stains the carpet.
You'll have to cut out a chunk of carpet and just suck on that for the next few days.
He'll be like that, won't he?
Yeah. They walk in the door and Andy's sucking away on a chunk of carpet. Then they'll lock him up.
They'll send the men in the white coats round. We've got a nutcase, so he was sucking on the carpet.
Yeah, that vegetable glycerin is not easy to clean up. No. The carpet's stoned. I've got a stoned floor.
Oh God.
What would you want a floor that's stone? No. The floor is stoned. It's not made out of stone. Yeah. Oh.
Dear.
Oh, you guys, you get laughing like that. Careful, it gets contagious, you know. And he says, "Don't like suck it on the carpet. Not as good as a rug. Prefer licking windows anyway." Hey, teacup. Hey, kiddo. It's good to
You set
see
me
you.
off now, Sty, Uncle. That's you set me off.
Yeah, if that was the right mix of oil, he could cut strips of that carpet out and just stuff it in a tube and a straw. And he could sell them straws, you know. He'd be able to buy a new fishing gear or afford a ticket to come over here and visit.
See, I've got the giggles now.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, Collie.
See, I bet Sty's thinking, oh, get these two off quick.
Sty loves me.
I'm glad. Andy said earlier tonight, I'm too old and knackered to do the rent boy thing anymore, Bradley. Yeah. Yeah, Gemma's got the giggles.
That's Sty and Dojo's fault. They set me off. I can't help it, Andy. You're used to me by now, Andy. You should know better.
Andy's teeth are so chipped and sharp now.
I know.
Well,
I can put me straight, Andy.
With chipped and sharp teeth, you should be able to groom that carpet right back to looking new.
Andy knows that I can put me straight, so I can laugh at him just as well as I can laugh at anyone else. It's Dojo's fault. He set me off.
Hey, don't blame me.
AKA the other name I won't say. AKA brother. AKA Gemma, little wind-up merchant.
Hey, running water. I think that's a high risk proposition with Andy for flavored window cleaner.
That's the point of having a nutcase sister, the Dojo for you. There you go. You have to part with me being a nutcase. You wouldn't want me any other way, so there we go. I'm autistically weird.
I'm normally weird. I was gonna say whatever normal is. I was gonna
normal
say
doesn't exist,
what do
Dojo,
we
brother.
do? What's
doesn't
our
exist.
what's our damn excuse? We got no reason.
Normal's just a label that everyone gets thrown. It's like, well, you're normal. No. No one's normal. That's just get it out of our head. It's like, yeah. No one's normal. I know, Dojo. I'm aware of the time.
I'm just crazy me.
That's why I love you. That's why you love me, because we're nuts. UK people are. We all tend to be some kind of woohoo.
Yeah, Andy, I'd quit licking the windowsills if you got a lot of pigeons around.
Oh dear.
Funny.
Andy said I ain't crazy and can prove it. Now, I remember many streams he's told me I am crazy and I can prove it. So which way is it, Andy? Which one do you want? Oh, I suppose it's whatever mood you're in. I'll prove I'm normal today, and I'll prove I'm crazy tomorrow. It all depends on what the voices are telling me what to say.
boy. Oh.
You're too good, Andy. Talk about a guy that's flexible.
I can just imagine Andy licking the window. Now you've put that picture in my eye. I can just imagine Andy sitting here and actually licking the window.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. To see him in the
We're big.
background on somebody's panel, and he's licking the window. He's going through the room licking the windowsills. Oh, that's just Andy. He's here to clean my windows.
With a bit of carpet in his hand.
Yeah, cleaning the windows and shampooing the carpet at the same time.
Oh dear.
And he says, I have a legit or legal document that says I ain't crazy. Now, depending upon whose voice control. Don't take my word for it. Take my other word for it.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Yeah, weekend munching rugs and licking windows.
Oh, boy.
Thanks, Teacup. We tend to have fun here. Sometimes too much fun.
Oh dear.
I've been looking at
You
my
two were good at.
I've been looking at my stream analytics, and it's gotten now in the past 2 months where it's monetized, limited, monetized, limited, monetized, limited. It's like almost every other video. They limit the monetization, and so now I used to look at it and go, oh, another limited one. Now I look at it and I go, really? They're monetizing that? It kind of shocks me on some of them. Yeah. Oh, we lost Gemma.
We lost Jimmy.
Keep your eyes out for her. Yeah. The make a screensaver. Laugh my ass off. Could earn some money, I think, Andy. People would love it. It'd be funnier than heck. It wouldn't be the first time, Teacup, where somebody on my stream said that my voice put them to sleep. so maybe Joran can get some sleep if he listens to me long enough.
I was on a stream last night. Well, early hours. Talking away, and I was like this.
That's why a good host will shut everybody up and say, hey, Dojo, and get you to talk a little bit so to wake you back up.
What it is, I finished work, got home, one of my friends went live. I said, I'll pop in before I go to bed. He went, all right. And about halfway through, I was like, and he was going, go to bed, go to sleep. I was like,
Well, I can't go someplace I already am asleep.
yeah.
Um, it was too hot to sleep, and besides, I won't go back to sleep. I have to go to for work in a couple hours. Oh yeah. And Andy says that was Sty and I the other night, day. Yeah, nodding. Yeah, nodding and nodding. Boy, towards the end there, that was getting rough towards the end there, Andy. I could tell by your looks that I didn't want to look at myself and how rugged I was starting to go. It was, I mean, 17 and a half hours is just,
I don't think I could do it.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I did 7 hours last night on somebody's stream on live.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I
Oh.
never said much.
Old man's telling Teacup that he spent 20 plus years traveling the world in U.S. Navy. You get to meet a lot of people in different countries. Oh, you sure do. You sure do. Yeah, just so folks know that we're not close to shutting it down yet, but I just wanted to let you know I'm not going long haul tonight. I'm going to have to eat something tonight. I actually went almost 3 days without food. Just couldn't eat. Just wasn't hungry. And then last night, I fixed a pizza, a homemade pizza, and I only ate 2 pieces of it, and I was stuffed. And then today, I didn't feel like eating all day. I had a donut. That's all I had. And lots of coffee. And then now, just before the stream started, I started getting an appetite. Oh.
I have days like that.
So something tells me tonight I might put a few pounds on because I'm going to eat like a pig and then I'll go to sleep for a while. And, yeah, Andy, you go to London for the day. That's us here. Go to Chicago. Go to Chicago O'Hare Airport. Go to the Minneapolis International Airport, and they've got interpreters of almost every language in the world standing there with signs that they'll interpret for you all over the airport. And I guess they make a ton of money. Andy says, you just reminded me, Sty, I got a jam roly-poly in the freezer that can be ready in 2 minutes. Custard too. I'll tell you what. You're going to try to kill me again. I know you're going to get on food. That video of that dinner I made out at camp's coming up soon this week. I edited it today and got it up. Scheduled it to post. I don't remember what day it is, but I watched the dang thing, and I think that's probably why I had an appetite tonight. Yeah, Andy is his job. It's a job just being Andy.
That's it. Like me, I've got 2 jobs, being me and being here.
Yeah, yeah.
And being me is the hardest job.
That it can be. Boy, there's days it's tough to be me. I I go, oh my god, I wish I was somebody else today.
I do that regularly.
I don't know that he's still out there. Running Water, if you're still out there, say yes.
Well, I'm going to be getting off soon because I've got all this paperwork to sort out. Take it away.
Just for the art involved, Andy? Well, doggone it, Andy. That's, people that do artful food should do it in private. They don't want to be around me. I don't care how pretty it is. I'll eat it. And then one for the drools. You're terrible. You're terrible. Ah. Yeah. They're the bomb, all right. You're the bomb too. Show me that food. Yep, Running Water. Just paid a parking spot near Atlanta for a parking spot. That's nuts that you got to pay. But yeah, I just want to let you know, if there's not a problem with it, I'm going to borrow your car tomorrow. The guy's in Georgia, and I'm asking to borrow his car in Wisconsin.
Right, Sty, I'm just going to pop off. I've got all this paperwork to sort out.
You betcha. You betcha.
All right, I'll be in the chat anyway.
Don't feel bad. You gotta do your second job too, you know.
I have, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll be in the chat anyway.
Yeah. Okay, guys. The yeah, art with bread. I seen it. Yeah. I love fresh baked bread. Non-commercial bread. It's amazing what they can do scribing in the bread dough and then baking it and how it comes out. It just, that's pretty amazing. Teacup has to leave in 5. Got to get in work meeting. Okay. If I miss you leaving, love having you here, Teacup. Always love having you here. And it's great. Everybody else loves having you here too. You're saying, even if I get my 8 hours sleep, I don't feel well rested. That's when it's a bummer. When you get quite a bit of sleep and you still don't feel rested, oh, that's a bummer. Running Water says, go ahead. Maybe between you and Joe, the rust will be off my brakes before I get home. Sorry, buddy. It's not much driving. I have to go to the pharmacy, and you know what the medicine shop is like. And all the moron drivers we got in this town. I'm not going to try to jack that trailer around in there. There's nowhere to turn around. You got to pull in, go down to the cul-de-sac that's big enough for a little Honda to turn around in. I can't even swing my truck through that cul-de-sac with the wheels cranked tight. So I got to go down to the cul-de-sac, back the trailer into a driveway to that the brick or the medicine shop and then pull out. But there's nowhere actually, technically, to park it there. So I'd be kind of blocking traffic while I run in and get my meds and stuff. So I thought if I could use your car, but that's not much. That we're only talking maybe a mile round trip. Yeah, Gemma had to jump, but she might have had a phone call or something. And I totally understand if she needs to jump off. That's totally understandable. And she'll let me know later if there was an issue of any kind. She'll let me know. Andy says, just phone in sick and tell them Dr. Andy gave you a month off with full pay, Teacup. Teacup says, sounds like a good idea, but I prefer to work. Yeah, Yoren, it is a bummer when you sleep, but you don't feel like you did. Yeah, that's a bummer. Yeah, catch up on a weekend or holiday. Yeah, but then Yoren, I don't know. I remember having to do that too. Weekends, trying to catch up on the sleep and that. But then I felt like I was burning up my weekend sleeping, Yeah. Yeah, Andy. Maybe you should throw a filter over it of some kind. A paper towel between you and the carpet. Keeps you from getting the grit, from the fine grit that comes off of shoes and the like. Much love to you too, Teacup. Oh, thank you. Love seeing you. Yeah. As always, just the bestest people. Yeah. Yoren, it is what it is. Oh, thanks, Grammy, for popping that up. The excuse me. I'm sitting here thinking if I should start eating my next bag of animal crackers. I haven't eaten any in a few days. Do vegans eat animal crackers? Or vegetarians? Do they eat animal crackers? Or is being one or the other more of a mental state? Nothing with animal involved. Yeah, zero carpets was a major selling point for my house. Running Water says, I always liked hard floors with throw rugs. I always did. They whined at me when they inspected my apartment the last time because I've got 1, 2, 3 throw rugs in my apartment. I got one as a transition in the living room from a hard floor to carpeting. I've got one in my kitchen in front of the sink because I don't like standing on a hard floor. That carpet is much more comfortable when I'm doing dishes and the like. Oh, actually, I got 4. I've got one in the bathroom. Everybody likes a soft floor in the bathroom. And I've got one in my bedroom. They're going, those aren't safe. You know how many elderly people trip on those rugs and break hips every year? I said, oh my God. Yeah. And if you're not sure on your feet, I can understand that. But I haven't tripped over a rug yet. I just step in gopher holes and blow an ankle out and step on the wrong log in the water and damage a foot. But I don't trip over throw rugs. Yeah, Andy. Are vegetarians cannibals? I don't know. I don't know. Now, for a vegetarian, it wouldn't matter, but if it just had dairy in it, but for a vegan, it would. I don't see any dairy in it. I don't. So it's got to be kind of like a water-based dough. Andy, you're nuts. Joran says, I'm a vegetarian and I'm not a cannibal. Running water, you're terrible. I did have somebody say to me once, though, that most vegetarians and or vegans, their basis, many are, it's based on health because they believe that it's a healthier diet. More power to them if that's what they want to do. I don't care as long as they don't get in the middle of me and my bacon. But this fellow was pointing out, he said, they don't want to eat non-vegetation because they don't believe that any animal should be cruel to another animal, and that people are just cruel to animals. So it's like being a conscientious objector to not go there with the meat. But yet, okay, cows eat veggies. So they say you are what you eat. Okay. Even vegetarians say that our bodies are cleaner because we don't eat meat. We are what we eat. Well, so is the cow. So you're eating a great big giant carrot. And then what about the fact that you grind up vegetable matter and compost it and put it on veggies for them to grow better? So the veggies themselves are cannibals because they're feeding on each other to become what they are. And then we come along and pick them and eat them. What would we do if we woke up one morning and found a bunch of carrots, turnips, and potatoes chewing our left leg off because they only eat their own kind? I, I said, wonderful questions. Don't ask me for an answer. Yeah. James is saying that he gets his vegetables by what his beef eats. Well, Yoren, see, your reason for being a vegetarian. I actually know two other people that have the same issue. That they're allergic to literally all forms of meat. There was a couple kinds of seafood they could handle, but they couldn't any other meat. They couldn't eat it, so they just went full vegetarian. Um, and that included eggs. They couldn't eat eggs. I mean, they got terribly ill. So to me, that's an absolute perfect reason to be a vegetarian. It's called survival. Survival of the smartest. I can't eat that. It makes me sick. It's going to kill me. Well, you got to eat it. We're supposed to be meat eaters. Well, not me. Locust burgers. Why are there so many veggie-based meat replacements? Hamburgers, hot dogs, turkey, etc. That's another thing too. Hey, Cynthia's here. Hi, Purgatory Paranormal of New York, everybody. Look who's in the house. Wanted to stop by and say hello. Long time no see. Hope all is well. Yes, everything's really good. I hope it's all well for you. I've been kind of lurking a few of your streams and hitting the thumbs up. Tonight's looked interesting, and I didn't get to pop in. Yeah, see, Yoren can handle seafood and eggs, but meat, no, can't handle it. Yeah. Running Water said, I've used cricket flour. I'm glad I haven't accepted any cookies or bread or muffins or anything from you in years. You're more than welcome, Cynthia. It is so great to see you. And he says, I lurked tonight, Cynthia. Thought if I get telling about the visitor that haunted me, I might encourage it back. Odd, not felt like that for years. Yeah, sometimes you wonder, am I opening a door to contemplate certain things or discuss certain things? Am I testing fate, you know? Yep. So you'll never guess what movie I watched in the middle of the night last night. I woke up, couldn't sleep. Come out here and sit, and I'm going, this ain't working. And I don't want to, at 2:30 in the morning, I didn't want to jump online, and I didn't know what I wanted to do, so I jumped on my PlayStation, went to Amazon Prime, and looking through the movies, I watched The Gate. I'm sorry. I like that movie, The Gate. It's them short little minions. I loved them guys. I'm sorry, they're freaky, but I thought they were great. Yep, if the neck hairs are standing on end, best to stay away. Best to stay away, Andy. Yep. And just not go down that path, you know? I've had a few incidents in the past where people have tried to draw something out of me on a topic that was in that realm. And I just like, ain't going there. Nope. Nope. Just leave it be. Leave it be. And they'd push and push. And I said, don't do that, because it's like you're doing what I don't want to do in proxy. So don't do that. Don't do that. I don't want to revisit something that, yeah. Running Water says The Gate was one of the last stop motion effect movies. Great stuff. Yeah, yeah. And they did a good job. I mean, it was. You know, of course it was cheap budget, but yeah, it was pretty good. And yeah, for once I did. So thanks, Cynthia. Okay, guys, I want to let this stream run till 11 o'clock my time. That's another hour from now. As long as we got a few folks in the house. But you're going to have to excuse me for a moment. I did my typical routine. I left my doggone pills across the room again. I think. I'll find them. But I'll be right back, guys. You keep on a chatting there, folks. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I shall be back. I'm just going to mute this thing and try to crawl out of this mess. But I'll be right back. Well, the let me get the chat pop out back up here. There we go. Um, oh, that other day. Oh, in that big long stream. That was nuts. I haven't smoked that much in forever. I got plenty of smokes. Yesterday I went and I supplied up for the month, and I bought smokes for the month and told myself when they run out you ain't getting no more. So I got them figured out, rationed, and certain amount for stream days, certain amount for no stream days, certain amount for out at camp days. Because I don't smoke as many out at camp, not near, as a regular day. I smoke my pipe quite a bit. You'll see me once in a while in my videos smoking my pipe, but yeah, I went and grabbed my pills, and I had to dig and search and search. That's when I realized that's why I gotta go to the pharmacy tomorrow. There's one diabetic pill that I'm out of, which is good that I haven't been eating a lot because that diabetic pill brings my sugars down. But let's see what you guys have been saying. Cynthia has to take off. Had to take off. It's always great seeing Cynthia. I'm telling you guys, you watch her streams. I don't care what the topic is. If she's using a spirit box or if she's just talking, she's a great presenter and so pleasant to watch. Yeah, Running Water talking about raiding my camp or hunt my camp. It's the Black Lake Campground, campsite number 20. If you want to stop in and say hi. If I'm not in camp, I'm either hiking around the lake or out on the lake. There's no way for you to contact me, let me know you're coming. No cell service out there. Are your videos getting ready for posting? All my videos are ready. I just have some of them. I just have to put the post dates on them that they'll publish. They're all uploaded to YouTube, and I just have to put the release dates on. I think 4 of them. Oh, Running Water. You're talking to. Okay, haven't filmed much yet. Yeah. You're talking to Running Water. Good. Yeah, he'll get to it. Yeah, get everything traveling in the same direction. Yeah. And he says, better of spending your days wet on the Styack. Can't smoke when it's too wet to light up. Yeah, and I carry my smokes in the Styack in a dry bag, and it's rolled over about 5 times, and because I put some of my camera stuff in there. So it's a bummer to get to them too. I'm hoping the weather's going to be good. It looks like it's going to be fairly warm. 80% chance of rain on Monday, they're saying. And then 50%, then 40% Tuesday and Wednesday. But when I went down last trip, the first day was 100%. And they were right. But it's hard to tell. Yeah, I'm going to the same place, Andy. Actually, the one bass I caught, Andy, was big enough. I wish I would have had a lip gripper because and a pair of needle nose like those to get the hook out, because he had the hook set kind of back just before the gills, and I had to get right down in his mouth to get it. Now, if that would have been a lure with a couple of trebs on it, the way he was fighting, thrashing, it would have been a lot easier with a lip gripper and a pair of pliers to just unhook him. But I'm hoping to get into this trip to get some fishing in and get into at least a couple northerns. And yeah, them pike, you want a lip gripper with them buggers. You can get them behind the gill plates, and a lot of times a big northern or a muskie, they relax out, and you can, but you still want them pliers to get in there. You don't want to stick your fingers in there. Yeah, Chuck, that was metformin. Take 1,000 milligrams of metformin every day. Can't remember how many milligrams of glucotrol I take. I'm kind of glad that I don't have the glucotrol, because my sugars are a little low because I haven't been eating properly. If you come out to camp, you do it with the expectation of hanging around. Yeah. Well, and if I'm not in camp, you can hang around till I'm back. You know what I mean? And he says, I keep mine on a length of bungee elastic so I can just grip the fish and leave it in the water whilst I sort my rod and pliers out before I bring it aboard. Yeah. Now this one, I'll have to pop it off of here because it wouldn't be attached to this holster. And that's what I'll be doing is I'll have a piece of cordage off the side of the kayak, just a couple feet long enough that I can use the gripper and move it where I need to be able to, so that fully extended left or right side. But if need be, I can get it on them and just let them hang, like you said, until you get your rod, you get your rod sorted away and you're ready to dehook them. But I've had one of these before. Fiskars, I like them because they are definite sure grippers. I mean, they're not coming apart. You can't pull them suckers apart after they're closed. So once you get them on the fish, he's on there. You just don't want to lose the fish with the grippers in them. But it's got a good lanyard on it too for, you can throw it around your wrist. It's adjustable. So, and then you have a piece of cordage running from it that's attached to your yak, because then if you get a fish on it, you can just slide it off and let them hang off the side. But yeah, they're just, I used to have one of the smaller ones, like I've seen you use it on one of your videos. I'm sure it was, Andy. And and I liked it. I liked it. But I like the steel Fiskars, this type, um, all stainless steel. Um, when I'm handling muskies and pike, because of the, well, even walleyes and big tooth buggers, 3 or 4 inches. Yeah, not 2 or 3, 3 or 4. All depends on what glasses Sty's wearing. uh, yeah, I'm stuck going to the same place, site number 20, with the steep ass 45-degree angle hill. That's about, the hill portion's close to 50 feet long, but you rise about 35 to 40 feet in that 50 feet. So it's almost foot for foot. I mean, it's, yeah, I think it was actually working out to about taking a staircase that's about a 6 to 8 inch rise on the steps. It's steep. It's steep, but I'm going to be real. I'm going to be real careful this trip because I want every day I can out there. Every day I can. Oh yeah, running water. If you pop in out there, I'm going to have a fair amount of food with me, but I can't guarantee what we would eat. I can't guarantee what we would eat. I'm not bringing food specific for guests, but I always have plenty of food with me. And he says, don't catch those in the sea. So not a worry for me. The bass are spiny and bad gill rakers. Yeah, and that's it. Oh yeah, I got it kind of harness. Oh, for dragging the yak, I got that figured out too, Andy. I got a rope tied harness, and I'm also stringing a rope down that hillside that's about 75 feet long. So there's plenty, way more than enough rope. And I'm going to tie that rope. There's perfect trees. I'm tying that rope from a top tree to a bottom tree, and it's going to be knotted on the way up. And all I'm going to do is hook the yak up to my harness, and I'm climbing the hill, dragging the yak right up behind me. That's going to be the way to do it. If I would have had that rigged up last time out there with the ankle as bad as it was, it would have taken me maybe 5 minutes to get to the top of that hill instead of 20. Yeah. Yeah, Donnie can try the infamous sauce. Yeah. Oh, that sauce is awesome. I was so elated. Yesterday. Sty's monthly payday, I was so elated because I had these things I wanted from Amazon, right? And it didn't come to a lot of money. I mean, I got a ton of items that didn't come to much. And I ordered them yesterday. Not paying attention. I go to set up my pill case this morning. I'm looking at it and I'm going, oh, I'm looking at all my pill bottles. Oh, yeah. One of them I didn't realize was, had run out. And that one is $65 a month. And I'm going, oh no, I didn't plan on that one because my last prescription on my insurance covered 3 months worth. And I thought I had about a half a month to go on it. I didn't. So I had to add that in. So that took an extra $65 out of the kitty. So this afternoon, I've crunched all these numbers and paying bills. And I'm going, uh-oh, 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 oh, oh. And then I realized, oh, wait a minute. That bill, that one, they're not due until the end of September after my next monthly payday. So I'm going, yeah, that's good. I added those back into my kitty, and I'm going, oh, now things are looking good. Oh, I was in a panic. My meds were going to kill me this month instead of cure me. So that lifted my spirits. That's probably why I'm feeling pretty good tonight, too. But this camp, that peed me off. It only let me reserve that campsite for 5 nights instead of 6. And I thought, why won't it let me reserve it for 6? It's because as of after August, starting literally on September 1st on, and that campground's only open till the middle of September. So this will be my last trip to Black Lake this year. Starting September 1st, all campsites, you can't reserve a single one. They're all considered walk-ins. You get there, you find one that's empty that you like, back in. So it's in use. Go down to the pay station and pay for the days you want to stay. But you can't reserve it. So you don't know what you're going to get when you get there, kind of thing. That I don't like. That's the way Birch Grove is. Pain in the neck. But if we have an unusually warm September, which is possible, we've had many of them, but if it's unusually warm, there's a lake I want to go try that's full of big walleyes. I mean, it's well known for its walleyes. Not that far from here. I think I got about a 30-mile drive to it, 35-mile. And there's no senior discount or nothing, but they charge $12 a night to camp there, and it's a small little campground. There's usually nobody in the dang thing, especially late season after Labor Day. So I'm thinking, oh yeah, old man, no kidding. Yeah. I'm glad that I managed to get myself off the insulin alone, because a 2-week supply was $500. So it was $1,000 a month for insulin. But I'm off of it. I got myself down to only one prescription per month, $500. And then by the time I lost my insurance, the doc said, yep, you get to come off of it. It's just, yes, timing's everything. Whoa. And now I make sure I struggle to stay off of it, because if I ended up back at the original level I was in January, that's $1,000 a month. And that, with my other meds, wipes out my income. So there wouldn't be no eating. That's a shame. I like to eat. No. Jim Beam sauce. He. Not this time. Yeah. You put the link up there for that sauce. Ginger garlic chili sauce. And it is not what you would expect. Just by the title of it, I did not expect it. It's got an awesome sweetness to it, and the ginger and garlic, the levels of that in it, the sauce are perfect, just absolutely perfect, and the chili base of the sauce to die for. I did not know what I was going to think of that sauce, and I had this gut feeling it could be hot. No, it's got a bite. It's got a bite. It doesn't. It's not hot. It's got a bite to it. And I swear to God, I will never, never, never just buy regular commercial cocktail sauce ever again. I'll use that if I want to dip shrimp in it or whatever. Yeah, oh man, that's that really helps. That really helps. Andy, gotta put more links up there for Sty to deal with, don't you? Sweet chili sauce. Original chili sauce has a great balance. Okay, da. So that's their original. See, now I've seen that on Amazon. It's the same price as the other one, the ginger garlic. See, now their original would probably be geared more towards the cocktail sauce. I love it too. Their ingredients are always straightforward, simple. Red chilies, sugar, vinegar, and salt. That's it. And no weird stuff in it or nothing. And no preservatives. The chili does the preserving. Yeah. Andy made it. I tell you what, he made a firm believer out of me. Firm believer. Yeah, James. Yeah. Chuck says, this computer's killing me tonight. Going to turn it off before I shoot it. Night, everyone. Good night, Chuck. Good night. Yeah. I hope you're filming the jalapenos in the Dutch oven. I will be doing a couple of Dutch oven things on this trip out. My next trip out isn't going to be filmed like this one was, where this one I had video for every stinking day through the whole week. And some of the days I had 2 or 3 videos for that one day. This trip, so most of them, I'll have an intro video of the week, and I'm going to have an exit video of the week. Otherwise, all the videos throughout the week are going to be specific topic based. I've got some projects that I'm going to do. I will probably do all 3 of these. Those would be 3 separate videos. One is bushcrafty. No, actually 2 are bushcrafty. The other one is just outdoor crafty. The bushcrafters would never say that's bushcrafty. But I think they'll be interesting. And then 2 or 3 food ones. Eileen is back. I bet you Eileen's been busy. She visits everybody. She is such a dear gal. She visits everybody, and she's so supportive. Every time I see Eileen's name, I just go, oh. She's there supporting anybody that I'd say anybody worth supporting. Eileen is there. Andy says, for your video intro, stop the truck as you enter the site, get out, and set up the camera to film you arriving. Reverse this for when you leave. I think I'll do that. Andy. That's easy enough to do. Site 20. There's no other campsite on the one side of it. The host is on the other side. I don't know if they got a host for this week or not up there, but yeah, I can stop it right in that road there and just hike down into the camp, set the camera up, shooting the full length of the camp out to the roadway, and I can actually drive past the entrance, film myself back in the adventure trailer in, and get out of the truck and walk up to the camera. Hey, folks, we're back at Black Lake. Thank you, Andy. I think I'll do that. Doggone it. Yeah, because I don't pull into the site. I got to drive past the entrance and back the trailer in. There's no room in any of their sites there that you can drive in straight in and then jack around. If you got a trailer, you got to back it in. But that's a good idea. That's a good effect. I haven't done many of those. I was thinking of that if I take the hike, which right now I'm still planning on it, even though if I had to take it right now, the ankle would be questionable. But with that new wrap, and I get to try it tomorrow, if it really does feel like it's going to give me the support I need, then I'm taking that 4 to 6 mile hike around the lake. And that one, I'm going to do some walkout, set up the camera, hike back, and then walk into I do a little more effects, Andy says could set up 2 cameras, one at the rear of where you back in. Then you can cut from one to the other and make it look seamless. Yeah, so many possibilities. I'll tell you one person that does that where it's just great, where you've got this beautiful background scene and you can see a trail. And then all of a sudden, coming past from behind the camera, you see a set of legs, and it gets bigger and bigger, and then you see the person, and they're hiking up that trail. And I mean, literally hiking up quite a long ways. And then it fades out, and the camera's on that end of the trail where you last saw them, except it's farther down, and here they are coming over this hill, and they're walking, instead of walking away from, they're walking towards the camera, but they're still going in the same direction. Wonderful effect, but a lot of extra hiking. And that's MT Woods Runner. His 20 peak challenge, he did so much of that. Crying out loud, he's climbing mountains and he's doing it. James saying, you would know if he's coming or going. I wouldn't know, I think is what you meant. Yeah, there is always that worry. Yeah, wouldn't. Which way am I going? Yeah, yeah, I got to try to be creative. I don't know how much more video work there's going to be before winter sets into the point where I'm not getting really out anymore. Everywhere I go, by hunting season or shortly thereafter, it snowed in and snowed in tight. I mean, really snowed in tight. Where even the King Ranch and 4-wheel drive ain't getting through that crap. That's why the dead end. Yeah. If you take dead ends, you don't have to worry about which way you're going. You know when you hit the end. Then you just turn around, go back the other way. Even if you don't know where you're going, you know you can't go any further. Turn around, go back the other way. One thing I want to do is, and I'm not sure when it'll be, I've only hiked into a couple of waterfalls this spring. So I need to go visit at least one of my favorite waterfalls before the weather turns on me. I'll probably go to Lost Creek Falls. I like hiking in there, especially late season, fall. So I'll probably hike in there early October when the trees are changing. I just love Lost Creek Falls, that Vale Falls, when there's nobody else there. You know, it's a 1.5 mile in, 1.5 mile out, 3 mile round trip hike. So it's really a comfortable hike, and I can hike in there, and I can spend a couple hours just hanging around the creek and the waterfalls, and the terrain's easy. It's an easy hike. It's only got one small a color run. Yeah. See, here we don't call the fall colors going out to see them a color run because it's all around us. Everywhere you run, it's colors. But last year I took a hike into Foster Falls, late season. It was early late season. If there is such a thing as an early late season, and the trees were just starting to turn, and there was a spotted here and there bright maples, boom, 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 and the popples and the birch were just starting to turn yellow. It was pretty nice. Oh, I'd love to have a 1.5 with a plow on the front if I had somewhere to park it. I had a chance to pick one up that wouldn't have taken me much work to trick her out enough that I'd feel comfortable heading anywhere with it, anywhere here in the back country. Get her licensed up and just drive it around as a get me there year-round kind of rig. And buddy of mine out in Montana had a 1.5, and yeah, he tricked her all out. He went with singles on all 3 axles, of course, front axle with singles on it, but both rear axles, he had singles on it. Nice tall singles. And he never put okay, Andy, he never put park in the manager's office. Yeah. He never put a plow on it. And he drove all the way up to our cabin in Montana, and he was pushing snow over the hood of that thing. No plow on it. and the snow depth was about 6.5 feet. That's how deep the snow was from ground to the top of the snow. It was very late winter. It was so deep, in fact, my big Dodge crew cab, we all took 6-foot long poles, and we had to poke around out in this clearing for about 45 minutes before we found the truck. It had gotten completely covered, and the landscape was flat, and that we knew that truck was under there somewhere. We found it, shoveled it out, and I'll be damned if that thing didn't start. And we hooked up about a 30-foot chain to the back of that deuce and a half, and pulled that thing down off the mountain. But that deuce and a half was sweet. But one thing he did was he pulled the original mill out of it, and he dropped a big block GM V8 in it. And she had all the tugging power in the world, boy. Now, he didn't have a plow, but he had forward and rear winch on it. I told him to put the winch on my truck and pull it down, and he didn't want to do that. He just wanted to put a chain on it. And I said, well, if you put the winch on it, if I go off the side, because there's a couple of spots where it was 8.5, 10 feet wide, and you'd come around a hillside, and it would drop 50 feet easy. One spot it dropped about 160 feet. But if my truck were to come off the mountain with the winch on it, we just winch that bugger back up to the road. But yeah, he painted the thing bright red. Well, not bright, dark red, barn red. Yeah. And yeah, you put the treads on it, it's unstoppable. The hi, go fish. Yeah, that truck of his was a beast. Big red. We were figuring that we might get my truck off the mountain early to mid-June, that enough snow would have melted off that we could have dug it out. And if I was real careful, it had posi track on it, so a set of chains in the rear end. I was pretty sure I'd get off that mountain in June. And no, we pulled that truck off the mountain in January. Never would have done it without Big Red. That was one thing about that country we were in out there. We'd have, right around Christmas time, we had such a bad snowstorm, dropped so much snow. And it was just cold enough that it wasn't compacted at all. It was just powder. Nobody could get to us with a snowmobile, because if you were on a snowmobile, you could not get enough speed to plane off and be high enough in the snow to keep you out of it. You'd be on that sled, and in order to hold those handlebars, that powder was coming over the top of the sled, hitting you right in the face. You could not see. It wasn't that the sled wouldn't go through it. You couldn't operate it. You couldn't see. There was no way you could see, because there's so much snow coming over the front end. It's hitting you right in the face and going over your head. And I had snowshoed partway down the mountain, watched these guys trying to get up to us at the cabin. And they came up. They had 5 sleds, and they would send one out, let them get about 50, 75 yards ahead. Then the second one come right down his trail, and then boom, 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 in a single file. Didn't matter. There was so much powder. So much. First sled would go through, and as that powder would go over them and collapse beside them as you went through, it would only be about an 8-inch drop from the surface. Then the second sled would come through and it'd drop maybe another 4 or 5 inches. Third, and it was bad. Didn't realize at the time how much snow we would get out there. Hard to believe, but you get between 400 and 600 plus inches a season up there where we were. 400 to 600 inches. And the if they plowed that road, the snowbanks were usually they plowed part of it down towards the valley. They plowed part way up, but not only about 3/4 of a mile. Those snowbanks were 20 feet high, and they were keeping it plowed. It was bad. At least we moved up there fully aware that anytime after Thanksgiving, it was a 99% chance that as of Thanksgiving, you weren't getting back out till spring, which meant very late May at the earliest, and usually the middle of June to the end of June before you're getting out of there. When we went back up there after we got off the mountain and came back, we went up there the end of June with my big school bus, and we were driving through snowbanks. There was a lot of snowbanks we had to drive through on the way up. I'd say 20% of the trip was through snow. The end of June. Yeah, we lived in a northwestern portion of Montana they called the Banana Belt. The forests would get as thick as tropical jungles. There was one spot north, a little farther north from where, we lived right on the edge of it for a while. Our last year there, we lived right on the edge of it. But they had an area called Ross Creek Cedars, and it's a big stand. It's protected national forest, called Ross Creek Cedars. It's got ancient cedars, huge. Oh, the suckers are huge. There were many of them. It'd take 4 men to reach all the way around. There's a couple of lightning strike burnouts where they burned the core of those cedars out, and the tops are gone, but the cedar still stands 35, 40 feet tall, but it's got no top anymore. But the bugger's hollow all the way to the top. And you crawl in at the root base, you crawl in and stand right up, and you spread your arms out. I would spread my arms out. I'm 6'1" at the time. I'm 6 foot now, but I could spread my arms out all the way, and I couldn't touch both walls. That's how big around it was on the inside of them cedars. Yeah, giant cedars, beautiful. And it's because it was so temperate, and we got plenty of rain. The conditions were just perfect for the forest to grow. Creeks never dried up. They never dried up in that region. They still don't. I still have acquaintances that are out there, and they touch base with me quite often. Those are subjects we bring up all the time because I loved fishing all the creeks out there for brook trout. Um, Go fish. We're blessed to have a friend like you. Yeah, we all need good friends. We all do. I don't think there's a person in this stream or that's ever in my streams that doesn't deserve and need a good friend. And that's why I said in another stream that I can feel it that all the folks in here are here and they keep coming back because of each other, because of all the different folks in here. And it's gotten so much. I think it's about as close to family as people that have never, for the most part, for people that have never personally met each other. Um, yeah, I know I've in the past really contemplated on slowing down my channel and maybe just backing off slowly and then eventually just quitting. And once I started doing the streams, no way. This is going on and on. As long as I can, I will. I will always be doing these streams. There you go, Eileen. Go fish, doesn't Eileen just cheer you up just hearing from her? Well, we got about 15 minutes from now, guys. I'm gonna probably be shutting her down for the night. Andy's back. Andy's back. We don't want to talk about Andy's front, but he's back. Back and accounted for. Yep. You know, and that's another thing that I think is absolutely great. There's a few folks that I never thought that I'd be able to just say, "Hey, you know, I need to chat with you," or "Why don't we put up a private panel and chat?" And I never thought that that would even be an option, and now it's just like a whole new world opens up. And he says, "Trust me," like that's ever been good advice. You don't want to know about the back, LOL. Don't be scaring us, Andy. Yeah, I'm so up in the air. If I get off of here in the next 10, 15 minutes on just what I'm going to eat, thinking I should reheat that pizza. Did Andy? Yeah. Did you go see a man about a horse? Well, that was a long discussion about that horse. More like a herd of elephants, old man. Hey, Tyler. Hey, hi. Great to see you. Great to see you. Splat some sauce on the pizza. I might do that just to liven it up a little bit. Eileen says, Sty, I know what you can eat. Food. Solids followed by liquids. Yeah. Running Water says, I'm finally caught up. Well, I'm doing good, Tyler. How are you doing? Oh, excuse me, folks. Oh. I shouldn't be yawning. I got a heck of a good night's sleep last night. And I think that's why my ankle is doing so good. I don't think I rolled over more than once or twice all night. And I haven't had a night like that forever. And I got up this morning and I looked down and I'm going, oh my gosh. My ankles almost look the same. Haven't seen that since camp. And that's been a week and a half ago. So yeah, even now it's sitting here. Doesn't look very bad at all. It's still bigger than the other foot, but nothing like it was. And don't hurt like it did earlier today. Yeah. Tyler says, I'm doing good, tired, been a long day, worked a good 27 hours, but I'm here. Oh, man, Tyler. God, I just can't do that anymore. 17 and a half hours. Oh, he says 17, not 27. Well, 17 and a half hours with Andy the other day. Yeah, that felt like I definitely worked double shifts, hard labor. Andy says, I think Eileen should move in with Sty and look after him during the winter. Make sure he's fed and all. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't put that burden on anybody. Look after me. That'd be the last time they want to look after me. They'd say, oh, that old fart can take care of himself. Running Water says, headset has transmitter base that can be plugged into any standard headphone jack. I noticed that hooking the headphones up to my computer, I don't know, it must be my sound card or something, because it's so. Yeah. You have to be nuts to envy Tyler and what he's going through. Yeah, construction. Yeah, it's hard labor. No shit. Yeah, go fish. You got a lot of us sending a lot of heartfelt care towards you and prayers. And you're catching up, Tyler, on the beard. The only thing I don't like is now that I'm getting older, it's just not as substantial as it used to be. But a beard's a beard. I've got some beard oil and conditioner coming, but it ain't going to be here till after I get back from camp. So I'm going to give it a try. I actually got to talk with the owner of the business. And what the heck are they called again? Badass Beard something? And MBA, he does beard care vlogs, and he tried their products, and he goes into beard competitions, actually competes with his beard, his big long beard. And yeah, he gave their products a try, and he's sold on them. If he's loving them, I'm thinking it'd be a good product. Tyler says, "Do you ever watch Duck Dynasty?" I used to. She said Chris gave me a couple of Duck Dynasty cups, well, plastic glasses that got Sty on them, and he asked me to autograph them for him so that he could snatch one. I said, "No, I'm not doing that." Yeah, James, diet total white for Christmas. I played Santa a few years in a row, and I ain't never taken that job again. And that was just for the family. I ain't doing that job no more. Old man says to Tyler, "I don't mind work. I can sit back and drink lemonade, and watch people work all day." Oh, yeah. Yeah. Reminds you of Uncle Si. Yeah. Because Uncle Si is kind of like the little bit of the outsider with the family. He's not really an outsider, but kind of the odd duck in the family. I've always wondered about size tea, if his size tea has in it what Sty's tea used to always have in it. Yeah, putting them dues in. Goldfish, you are always more than welcome. You don't need to say thank you, man. Yeah. Yeah. Eileen did. She brought that up about a month ago. Yeah. Let's see what you got going here, Andy. Andy and his lynx. And I don't mean the cat kind of lynx. Oh, yeah. Hey, Santa Claus. When we were out in Montana, bar owner, every year, Toby, he'd play Santa Claus for all the kids in town. And one day in the bar, he'd shut the bar down for about 4 hours. Wouldn't sell drinks or beer to anybody. And all the kids would show up from all around the area to Toby's bar and they'd pile in there. He'd have a big Christmas tree at the back of that big bar. He had a big bar. And he's all dressed up as Santa, and he come out with a big bag of toys, and he's handing them all out to all these little kiddies. Toys and goodies and all that. Well, he had this jukebox that he wouldn't let you plug it in until about 11 o'clock at night. He had two jukeboxes in the place, one that's on radio all the time. You play it all you want. The other one, he kept it unplugged. And then he'd go in and he'd plug it in, like I said, about 11 o'clock at night. And people would quit putting money in that regular jukebox, go over and play the other one. Well, the other one was an old style jukebox. And it had all these off records in it. Well, one winter, and a fairly good friend of mine, we're in the bar and we're having a few beers. And then he says, all right, guys, drink them up quick, because I'm shutting the bar down to drinks, and we're going to open the doors to all the kiddies to come in for the Christmas thing. Okay, Toby. So he runs off in the back room to get dressed up as Santa, right? And grab his big bag. And Tyler Wood. Oh, wow. Wow. Thank you, man. Oh, that's too kind of you. Oh, that is very too kind of you. Oh, but so he goes back and dresses up as Santa Claus, and he's got the doors wide open for all the kiddies in town, and they're pouring in there. Usually you had 50, 60 kids show up for that. They all get into that bar, and they're all gathered around the front of that big Christmas tree. And he comes in the back beside that Christmas tree. Well, that jukebox is way up towards the front of the bar, right? That older one. Well, my buddy went over and plugged that jukebox in. And we were all wondering, what's he doing? And then all of a sudden we heard these kids, oh, here comes Santa. And here comes Toby dressed up as Santa. And he's a big, chubby, jolly kind of character, you know. He comes in there and he yells out, ho, ho, ho. And then all of a sudden you hear that jukebox fire up. And all of a sudden you hear coming off that record, here comes Fatty with his sack of shit. A bunch of us dove for that jukebox because it gets worse than that. We managed to unplug it before it got too far into the next line. But that did it. Oh my gosh. All the mothers in there covering their kids' ears and just, oh, we can't believe you let that happen, Toby. And they blamed him. Oh, they blamed Santa Claus for that. But a lot of us hurt when we went home because our ribs hurt so bad from laughing. Once he was done giving out all the toys and goodies to the kids and then shoot them on their way, we're going, yes, bar's back open. No, it ain't. He had an air raid siren mounted on his bar. He goes over and he cranks that bugger. We're all just sitting there like, here we go. Toby's got something to say. And he says, every one of you out. The bar is closed. It's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And he threw us all out. He threw all of us out and put a close sign in his window. Yeah, he was upset, I think. Yeah, that's awesome of you, Tyler. That was awesome of you, man. And it, you know, you never ever have to feel that you need to pay something for the entertainment here, because it's it's my pleasure. It is absolutely my pleasure. Yeah, Tyler says, when I do make it in, I lay down, close my eyes, and I get lost in them, in the Sty stories. Well, that's good. Yeah, we'll have another one this Sunday. That's the one thing. I try to plan these camping trips so to miss around the campfire is bad enough, but I never want to miss Sty Story Sundays. Um, I just I don't like missing those, because Sty Story Sundays, I like them because folks enjoy them, but I also like them because I get enjoyment out of it also. I mean, it helps me reminisce and brings back some of those times, and I can kind of, yeah, just take some pleasure from the stories myself. Andy says can't get good elves these days. No, we weren't very good elves that day. You need to see mental doctor. Went to that site, old man said. Yeah. Kevin's nuts. He is. That's Andy's patron saint, Kev. Tyler saying, it's also my pleasure to help support your channel. It takes gas to go camping and food and all the good stuff. And Tyler, that's where it goes. It goes into some of the camping equipment things that I will use to add better content, and it goes into the overhead costs of making content, like just getting there and paying the camp fees and and it helps on the food budget too. It does. Yeah, the you know it's surprising, and any of you that have gone camping, you know darn well as I do. You figure, well, this ain't gonna be no big deal. It ain't gonna cost much. It's to go on a camp for a week. You just grab a bunch of food and this and that and this, and you pay the camp fees, and then you just enjoy yourself without a lot of cost. Well, this coming week, I thought I did good this week, because my last trip out, I had spent I think it was $145 before it was all said and done. $145 to go out there for a week. Oh, oh my gosh. I can't turn my back for a second, can I, Tyler? Oh my gosh. I will. I'll do a toast to you, Tyler. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Um but Sty, do you have Lyft or Uber there? Um I don't know. I don't know. Do we? I don't know. Really don't. Really don't. Um If I don't use it, I usually don't know if we have it. Yeah, that is very cool. I mean, and I'll tell you what, guys, I used to put up the lower banners that said, if you want, you can PayPal me at this, or you can super chat and this and that. And you're not going to see those much anymore unless I have a specific kind of project that I think would really help the content for you guys. I'm not even going to suggest, that you guys support like this. It happens when and if it needs to happen. And then sometimes it just happens, like Tyler tonight. I mean, it does humble me. I mean, yeah. And it is what it is. It's like I told Richard Bentley when he was questioning doing super chat on his channel. He says, I don't want to feel like I'm begging or anything. And I said, don't be afraid to let people know what your needs are. And then leave the choice to them. Don't ask. Don't ask. Just be honest, And finally he gave in. So he's going to super chat on his streams. We'll see how he does. Oh, yeah, cheaper to use than a cab. Here, our cabs are pretty cheap, actually. Well, we only have one cab service in the whole community. Our community is only 10,000 population, and we have one cab service. We do have 3 Uber drivers, but usually only active Friday and Saturday nights until about 11 p.m. Oh, yeah, designated drivers, right, Running Water? Yeah, Running and Water and I live in the same community. I didn't know that we had Ubers. I know even the cab service, they're busy, but they're not real busy. In this town, I notice if you spend 15 minutes asking around, you'll get a ride somewhere. And he says, time for me to go horizontal Sty, getting split vision, night mate, night all. There you go. There you go. You crash for a while, Andy. Absolutely, you need to crash for a while. Where it really gets costly here is if you want to take a cab up to the international airport, up to the Duluth airport, Duluth, Minnesota, which is just over the bridge from Superior, Wisconsin. I heard they're charging about $165 to $200 to get from here to there, and for them to come back rideless, because they're charging you both ways, and it's about 60 miles. We do have a bus service that comes through here, like the old Greyhound comes through here every night at, I think it's 9:30. You can use that bus service to get to Ironwood, Michigan, and then down to all the way to Milwaukee, I guess. The The thing is, I believe it only goes one direction. It don't come back and come back through. So it's a we'll take you there, but you ain't getting back kind of deal. You gotta then take a bus service from wherever you get all the way to Duluth Superior, and then you catch this bus coming down this way back here. It's kind of weird. Yeah, that's good running water. You know, I drove Mike's limo for about 3 weeks, and I was surprised at how much people were willing to pay. Not really a limo, it's just a minivan. How much they were willing to pay to get around. Yeah, just a one-way trip. But hauling them out to the casino from Ashland and Washburn. They'd even have us pick them up in Bayfield and drive them the 3 miles out to the casino. And they paid good, they tipped good. Until they sat out at the casino for hours and hours. They get in the van and they tip you good, and then they throw up all over in the back seat. Designated driver to me is overrated. I've had too many barfers in the back seat. Don't go for it. Tyler says phone died. What I miss? Nothing much. Nothing much. You weren't gone terribly long, except that Andy called it a night. And that's amazing, and I'm glad he is. But heck, if I had 4 people giving me $20 a piece for a 2-mile ride, I'd let them barf in the truck or in the vehicle. You make $80 in that little bit of effort. The odds are in your favor. They will make it because it's only a couple miles. Get them down, get them there, and get them out. Yeah. I was going to shut this down almost 20 minutes ago, but I'm going to let it go until I hit the bottom of the hour, which is at 11:30 my time. It'd be another. We got another 12 minutes yet. Eileen's got to get some Z's. See you, Eileen. It's always sweet having you here. You get some good sleep. Get some good sleep. I plan on it too. I plan on eating something and then getting me some good sleep. I'm sleeping in tomorrow morning, I think. Oh, wait a minute. I can't. If those deliveries come early in the morning, which they have been lately, they're here by 9 o'clock. Then the gal downstairs is going to call me because I told her I didn't want to wait till Monday to get my ankle braces because I want to try them out over the weekend before I head to camp. I didn't want to pick them up first thing Monday morning and then have to try them there. And they're closed. Our main office here in the building is closed on Fridays, but she works all day Friday. And the young gal, she's a sweetie. She told me today, she says, I'll call you as soon as they drop them off. As soon as they drop them off. And you come down, just knock on the door and look in the window. I'll see you. And she says, I'll come open it up for you. And we'll get you your packages. So that's nice. Tyler said, I've been thinking about doing an auction on my channel here soon to raise money for Wounded Warrior Project soon. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I will be watching for that, Tyler. That's awesome. Oh, you do need a day off there, Tyler. You have a good night, man. Have a very good night. Old man saying, Sty, you mean you aren't going to break your record? No, no. I guess the unofficial record is 17 and a half hours because I had Jim and Andy on that private stream, but on regular streams, I can't really break the record anymore unless I let the stream end and restart one and just say they're a continuous, with a break in the center, few minute break in the center, because I hit 7 hours and 58 minutes and 50 some seconds. So it's 7 hours, 59 minutes, and you're only allowed 8. Okay, Tyler. Great. Look forward to seeing you Sunday. Yeah, this is the first time in 3 days, well, 4 days now, where my stomach's actually bothering me because I'm so doggone hungry. Running Water is going to go to bed. Catch you Sunday. Okay, buddy. You stay safe out there. You know. And I'm gonna put your screen house to work again next week because they're talking rain. That screen house saved my butt last trip. And if it's raining, I got a couple of project videos I can do. I don't care, rain or shine. I just want to get out there and away from town. Yeah, I was saying earlier that last camping trip cost me $145. I budgeted $105 for this camping trip. Yes. It looks like it's going to be $85 instead of $105. So $20 less even than what I set as a budget. And that's compared to 145, I'm saving $50 compared to the last trip out there. And I'm going to have more gear. I'm going to have more food. I wouldn't say more food because I took too much food out last time. I'll have just as much probably this time. Oh yeah, I can see why they're running water. Get that makeshift table down and set your workbench up. Yeah, I still got to sort through my junk in there, sort through it, and restack, and we'll gain some room. So what you see in there, don't worry about it because it's all getting further into that corner, and it'll be after this trip, but it's not far off from getting done. So good night, Running Water, and we'll be talking to you Sunday. And then I head out Monday morning, but gives us a chance to chat a little before I head out, before you get home. Yeah, it's been just a wonderful night. Wonderful night. It's been a great crowd in here all night. In fact, this is the lowest I've seen it, is 8 folks in here. And, being down to 8 or 9 folks at a time is pretty doggone good. Pretty doggone good. Okay, James. Just like with everybody else, it was a very big pleasure having you here. Very big pleasure. It was sweet having Gemma on and Dojo tonight. We gave them their shot at it tonight. And, we'll see next time I pull up folks on the panel who's going to get up here. We'll see. I didn't see more than enough tonight. Probably busy. Not a problem. It's just that I kind of miss some of the folks, some of the regulars. It's a bummer, whenever I go to shut down, people start coming in the house and it's hard to say good night sometimes, but it's like Gil Skills was saying earlier tonight. Boy, oh boy, creators got to stop sometimes and think about, hey, is this good for me? I need to make sure that I can get through too. Yeah, I'm going to get Teacup up here. I'm going to. Yeah. I'm going to work with Teacup when I try to do a collab to do that Round the World with Sty stream, where I do it as a closed panel, but it's going to be a 24-hour. It's going to be done this winter sometime, where it's a 24-hour stream, and it starts out here at the Sty Shack and it ends at the Sty Shack. But I'm going to have people that are going to lead the discussion through that 24 hours from different locations around the world. And I'm going to just head west from here and work my way right around the globe. And hopefully one of my friends down in Australia will be willing to pick up a segment, and then somebody from Alaska willing to pick up a segment. And then what I want to do is take that 24-hour stream as a big bugger, boy, and download that whole file. And then I'm going to take excerpts from every segment and compress it into about an hour, hour and a half long Around the World with Sty North. And it'll be some of the discussions off the panels from each region around. So what I'll have is like if I'm using Andy, for example, when I get to that part of the globe, we'll put panelists on that are all from the UK or from his region, UK, France, whatever, Norway. And that's the folks we'll have on the panel. And I'll jump in and out each segment to moderate a little bit and to make sure that everybody sees that I'm there, that I'm still there, because it's Around the World with Sty North. But we're going to edit that down to a postable video. So it'll be an actual video. And then what we'll probably do is do it as a premiere. And then that means we can have a chat before it premieres, during the premiere, and then at the tail end. I think it'll be a blast. It'll be a blast. Yeah. And I would really like Teacup to be my lead for that region of the world. Really would. Because she's a hoot. She's just a hoot. And I can think of a few people from that general region that could be on the panel with her that would work out real well. So, but it's going to take a lot of collaboration work to get that many people around the world, east to west and north to south. That take a lot of collaboration to have those folks together and put together the time schedule. Yeah, it takes quite a bit of collaboration to do it, but I think it'd be absolutely worth it at the end. Old man says, I think that would be awesome. I think so too. And even with all the work that would be involved in it, and the fact that we figure each region, the segments would be, there would be 6 segments, 4 hours apiece. And I want to appear in each segment, every segment. It doesn't mean I'm sitting through 100% of every segment, but I will appear in each one, which means if I plan it right, I might be able to get 4 hours of sleep in between a couple of them and still get about 8 hours of sleep in a 24-hour period doing it that way. A couple hours here, a couple hours there, 4, whatever. But I think it would be just absolutely awesome. And the way we would do the final video, each segment in the final video would have an intro to it, thumbnail with a intro, basically saying, and now we're traveling to, you know what I mean? And do that for every segment. And then at the final segment, it'll roll right back here where it started. And I'll just do a half-hour closing segment, thanking everybody for following us around the world and blah, 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 blah. And off we go. See, if I could do it, if YouTube would allow me to do a 24-hour seamless, I would just do it live. And but they're not going to let it. They're not going to let you do that. So, and I don't want to have to be sitting right there and then cut a segment and start a new one. Cut a segment, start a new one. That's a pain in the butt. I don't want to go that route. So we're just going to do it as a closed panel, but enough people on each panel that there's some great discussion, that we'll have some great discussion. I think it'd be very worth it to see how other people interact in different regions. I think that'd be, yeah. It's just got, boy, that just keeps going and going and going in my head. And I've got it figured out just what I want to do with it. So, yep, that's going to take a lot of work, but I think everybody's going to appreciate it and love it. And well, guys, it's 4:34, 4 hours and 34 minutes, 11:34 here in Wisconsin. Sty's going to wrap it up. Sty's going to go get something to eat. And we're going to look forward to seeing all of you folks that can here Sunday night. It's Sty Story Sunday. And until then, I want you all to take good care out there. Be safe. Don't you think for a minute that Sty doesn't have his mind on every one of you. I think of all of you folks all the time. There's times in a day where I'll spend 10, 15 minutes just thinking of everybody that hangs out in the stream, where my mind pings on each one of you. And then I start to wonder, what are they up to? Well, some people, they got tough jobs. Oh man, I wonder how they're going, how the day is going. So don't ever think that Sty's not thinking about you. So, hey, love you all. It's been wonderful. Take care of yourselves the next couple of days, and I will see you all Sunday night. And until then, you all have a very, very good night. Bye, guys.